Alright, hello everyone. Welcome to the stream. How are we all doing this evening? Hope we're all doing well. Let me, no, that's not what I wanted. I wanted to pop, oh my gosh. I can click on the thing and then click on this. Yes, okay. Okay. So, today we are doing our fanfic live stream, another one. I posted a poll to Twitter to see what people wanted to see, and everyone was really into me reading fanfiction, so that is what we're doing today. So, it's a little different from what I normally do. But I do enjoy me some good fanfiction, so... or bad ones. I'm very non-discriminate when it comes to what I like. I need to put on some background music is what we really need. But I don't really know what I want to do for background music. I have not really looked into that, unfortunately. So, we might need to or I just deal with the fact that it's gonna be just my voice and nothing else. I mean, it can't just be my voice and nothing else. There's no rule saying I have to have that on. Okay. So, in the past, for how these things have worked in the past is typically I'll go to like a website like say Archive of Our Own. And I'll go to, like, the most recent works, and then I'll scroll through it, and we will pick one, and I typically pick one for that is written for a property that I'm aware of, and I know a lot about, or I know some amount about, but, hold on, but this time I decided I would look at bookmarks instead. This way we could get to some fics that are maybe not as well, or maybe some fandoms that aren't as well known, or fics that are a little older. Hold on guys, I gotta open this letter. I forgot to do that before stream. So let's open it and see what it is. It'll be a surprise for everyone. Oh, come on. It's a medical bill. Exciting. It's not that exciting. Okay. So, let's see what's on the bookmarks. I actually already curated a couple, so if in case none of these sound appetizing, I do have some for stuff I already know about pre-loaded, I guess. I don't actually know what they're about because I didn't really read them, but we'll see. So we have video blogging, RFP. No idea what that's about. I am aware of Minecraft, but a lot of the Minecraft ones tend to be with these like video blogging RFP ones, and it's like, don't really know much about that. I think it's like a stream story or something. Not sure. Batman, Teen Titans with the comics, Game of Thrones. I have yet to interact with anything involving Game of Thrones. I don't know how I've gotten this long without interaction, but I have somehow. So there's that. My Hero Academia. We have Word of Honor, Assassin's Creed. Hannibal, Game of Thrones again, Why Are You, the series, Batman, Nightwing, Robin, Red Robin, Under the Red Hood, DCU, Batman and the Single, Detective Comics, Batgirl. Seems more like a comics fic. I don't know much about the comics. Genshin Impact, Genshin Impact, The Bangtan Boys, Miraculous Ladybug. There's a thing that I know kind of about. It's the first one I've seen. Yay! We'll get there. Where was I? We have that one. We have Naruto. We have Harry Potter. and the Marvel Cinematic Universe, and the Avengers. I know about both those things. Interested to see how they interact. Holly Potter and the Midlife Crisis? That's a pretty funny name. 80 chapters! Good lord. This is a big boy. This is a big boy. Big Chungus fic right here. I think this one, yeah, this was from my last stream. Okay. Attack on Titan, Teen Wolf, Avatar: Last Airbender. Ooh. We like that. I like that. An Inelegant Solution. The Untamed. Okay. So, technically, out of the ones that I've seen that I'm like, I know enough about this that I could probably read a fanfic about it. I'm not worried about spoilers getting confused. Would be Miraculous Ladybug. Probably this one, the Harry Potter Midlife Crisis. And then also Avatar: Last Airbender, I'd be able to do. So which one do we want to do today, folks? Any thoughts? Any at all? If not, I will roll a die and perhaps decide that way. I'll do the one that I think is most interesting. We'll put it that way. No, we don't want that. Excuse me. Okay. Well, since chat seems to be quiet right now, we will go ahead and do. I'm kind of leaning towards Holly Potter and the Midlife Crisis just because what? Also, it's very popular. Holy shit. Over 450,000 hits. That's a lot for AO3. Especially for one that's like, or maybe I just think that's a lot because I tend to be more familiar with stuff for fandoms that are so small. So the Harry Potter universe, maybe that's small potatoes. I don't know. Okay, so what are all the tags on this one? Harry Potter, Thor, Loki, Steve Rogers, Clint Barton, Natasha Romanoff, Tony Stark, Bruce Banner, Teddy Lupin, Hermione Granger, Ron Weasley, Jarvis, Iron Man movies, Thanos, James Bucky Barnes, The Black Order, Death. Death's a character. That's right. Death's technically a character in Harry Potter. Sam Wilson, Peggy Carter, James Potter, Lily Owens Potter, Sirius Black, Remus Lupin, Nymphadora Tonks, original Potter family characters, Harry Potter, Hela, Marvel, Odin, Marvel, Frigga, Freya, Marl, Sif, Ralston Potter, don't know who that is, Lila Barton, female Harry Potter. Oh, okay. Post-Avengers, canon diversions, post-Avengers 2012, Avengers Tower, the Avengers are good bros. I renamed Harry, she's Holly now. Okay, so Harry Potter is just Holly Potter and not yes, calendar, I know I have a stream today. I know, I'm here, I'm aware. I'm doing it right now. I renamed Harry, she's Holly on pranks and practical jokes. The savior of the wizarding world needs a vacation and therapy. Ever wonder who cleans Avengers Towers? No, you don't have to. Thor's hammer, freeform, is Loki innocent, maybe, doesn't matter, midlife crisis, Jarvis vs. Fan, bisexual Harry Potter, Infinity War arc, but better. Ooh, someone has some opinions about Infinity Wars. Cosmic entities, comic book elements, therapy, seriously, they need therapy and they get it. Wholesome, hurt, comfort, happy ending, Hogwarts, found family, seriously so much found family, complete fic, happy endings. The first group I sent over made the Avengers uncomfortable by thanking them constantly and asking for autographs. The next group stole things to sell on eBay. The group after that didn't even get to the front door because Stark's security system found something in their background that we missed. The fourth group left traumatized after cleaning out Thor's room. Apparently the god had some beheaded poultry dripping blood into a bowl there. Then after that, every group I've left hasn't lasted more than 3 days because of some problem or another. I'm pretty sure one of those assholes has made it a game to scare my New Yorkers away. I don't think you're supposed to call the heroes of New York assholes. Or, cleaning up after the Avengers involves more than just getting bloodstains out of the carpet, and most of them can't take the heat. Thankfully, the savior of the wizarding, I guess it's just the wizarding and not the wizarding world, has spent the last decade cleaning up after Death Eaters, so she's up to the task. Nothing but not pranks, bird corpses, or unidentified slime will keep her from cleaning up. So I guess Harry Potter and... So I guess this is a... So in the grand tradition of AUs, where it's like a crossover, like there's a bunch of ways you could do a crossover, right? You could do it where it's set in a... Like, you take the characters from one story A and you set them in story B, and the only thing you're carrying over is the characters. You could do version 2. I think this one's the least likely, is you take characters from two different worlds and then you kind of either put them in a neutral setting where it's like you're borrowing elements from neither, or you put them into like a setting from story C. So it's like it's still a fictional setting, but not like from either of the two primary ones you're doing. I think the neutral setting one, where you take characters from different fictions and set them in a neutral setting, that's probably more popular. Those two I just mentioned are more popular with like multiversal crossovers, where it's like you're taking stuff from as many franchises as possible and just shoving them all into the same fic. I've seen a lot of those. There's a lot of those. They're very hard to read. And then there's also the option B or option 3, which is this one, which is where you sort of just smush the universes together and they're both in the same universe. And that can be a little hard to do because some don't really mesh very well. Like, some of them do. Like, if you're, like, let's say you're writing a story and it's for two different fandoms that happen, like, they're both realistic fiction and they happen around the same time. Like, that one you can maybe get away with because, in theory, that fiction is happening in our world. So you don't have to, like, explain how things happen or why they can cross over. Something like Harry Potter and the Avengers is a little harder because, like, they're different-ish. Like, okay, thought, though, like, okay, like, because the whole premise of Harry Potter is that, like, it's a secret magic world that's separate from the mundane world that people don't know about, right? But the thing is that if this story's post-Avengers, then people now know that superpowered beings exist and are just in the world, right? Like, they exist there in the world. They have been unveiled. So the universe is way different now because we now know that we have, like, literal gods. I guess in the Avengers universe, Thor is more of an alien, like an extraterrestrial, than a god, so to speak. He's super powerful, but he's like a super powerful extraterrestrial. And it's like, it's like, well, what if the Muggle, if the Harry Potter wizards keep trying to hide their existence, it's kind of like, why? Because there's already tons of superpowered individuals running around. So I don't know why the Harry Potter world would feel the need to keep on hiding what they are from people. That would seem kind of strange to me. Because it's like, what are you doing? So, like, this fic is very weird to me. But I'll take a peek. Oh, okay. It's not too long. So we'll read the first chapter. Harry Potter and the Midlife Crisis by Enigmaris. Okay. I've already read the summary. Translation into Russian. Oh, someone's translated it. By Chamomile. Has anyone ever honestly considered what it would be like to clean up after the Avengers? Because the more I think about it, the more horrified I become. I don't know if anyone's thought about it, but yeah, I imagine it would be kind of hard. Chapter 1. A favor to the boss. Holly pulled at the ugly pink smock. She still wasn't used to the uniform for her job, even after... Okay, other question. What is the purpose of making Harry a woman in this fic? Like, is it just... Like, what is the author trying to do with that? I'm guessing it's just like, I want him to be a girl. And that's the end of it. But I would hope that this fic would be, like, trying to explore something with making that change. That it would be, like, I don't know, they're trying to say something about gender, maybe. But I don't know. I think it might just be they just want Harry Potter to be a lady. And that's it. It's like the end of it. That's like how deep it goes, I mean. Anyway. Holly pulled at the ugly pink smock. She still wasn't used to the uniform for her job, even after 3 months. 3 months of work that reminded her of the Dursleys in a way that was much more annoying than it was terrifying. The only reason she didn't quit this job was really because it was the only one she could get in the Muggle world. As it turned out, having to stop a Muggle education at age 11 did not qualify her for much more than being a cleaning lady. Okay, that's a pretty funny point. Right? Like, cause she wouldn't have been learning anything about Muggle. You know, that's also a very interesting observation about the Harry Potter universe, right? Cause, like, presumably, if you're a like Muggle-born wizard, you're still on file somewhere, like in England, right? Like you're on file, right? Like they have the birth. Like I don't know about Britain. I don't live there, but I would assume it's like the U.S. where you're required by law to go to school, K through 12. I mean, I know you can drop out of high school, like that. You know, you can drop out. It's not like, I don't know how stringent the laws are, but I would imagine Britain is similar, where you're like, you have to be enrolled in education legally. So, do they ever wonder why there are so many random kids who just drop out? Like wouldn't you think somebody would be like, there's a lot of children that just randomly drop out at like age 11 and they never come back. I wonder why. That's kind of strange, huh? I mean, I guess you could explain it away as like magic, like the wizards like magically make it so no one notices. But it is an interesting thought. It wasn't even bad work. She worked for a reputable company based in New York City. They were hired by companies who needed buildings cleaned by people who had spotless backgrounds and some kind of security clearance, which at the very least made the work interesting. She helped clean government buildings, research and development departments, and CEO offices. I don't feel like that'd be very interesting, though. Like, even if it's, like, top secret stuff, I imagine you're not going to see any of the cool stuff, you know, there. All of her coworkers had gone through rigorous background checks, and everyone was randomly tested to make sure they weren't taking anything they weren't supposed to. I see. To make sure no one stole any classified stock information, the clean crew was paid very, very well. I would also hope that any classified information is, you know, kept under lock and key, that no one else would be able to get it. Much better than any other job of a similar type would dream of paying. Holly didn't necessarily need the money. She had plenty of it in Gringotts. There's something satisfying about living on money she earned rather than money she inherited. Okay, so she's just working a dead... Why? Okay, hold on. Like, why would anyone, like, why would... Yeah, like, Harry Potter is pretty wealthy because he has an inheritance. So, like, why would you bother? Like, I'm very confused at that motivation. Like, I just want to work for I just want to work to work. Like, bro, I don't know. There's lots of other jobs that you can do that are fulfilling and fun, even if you don't need the money, that aren't cleaning. Like, being like a house cleaner. Like, I feel like being a house cleaner is not particularly fun work. Like, cleaning can be fun, you know, like, it's not inherently laborious of a thing to do, but I feel like this kind of job wouldn't be the type of job that someone who presumably is able to get any... I mean, I know that they explain that, like, because they're, you know, Holly's a muggle, or Holly doesn't have, like, a good education, she can't qualify for work more than, like, you know, like a minimum wage type situation. But then the other question is, like, can't you magic up some, like, credentials or something to get a better job? It's not like the muggles can tell if it's magic or not. Just magic up a bunch of, like, resume shit and be like, hey, I totally have qualifications to work here. Like, I feel like that would be something you could do with magic. Oh, excuse me. The pay was enough to cover a tiny apartment in New York that was way more expensive than it had to be, as well as all of her other expenses. Okay. She wasn't able to eat overnight, but magic made cooking rather easy anyway. Again, you have an inheritance, Holly. Use that inheritance. In all, within 3 months, she'd grown used to the work and the lifestyle she'd set up for herself in the Muggle world. One might ask why Holly Potter, of all people, was working as a cleaning lady. She'd been offered lucrative positions all over the world. She could have been an auror for the British, or the on the Winsingamot. Hell, she could have even just sat on her laurels and been praised for the rest of her life. Yeah, that's a good point. You gotta explain why she wants to do this. After nearly 10 years of dedicated service to the wizarding world, she could have just said anything she wanted. Also, okay, here's the other question. If your premise for the fic is like, I want to investigate what the cleaning person for the Avengers would be, what kind of things they'd see, I feel like it'd be way more interesting if it was just some random Joe Schmo who works for a cleaning company. And then, like, maybe, like, Tony Stark, like, hires this random cleaning company. And, like, it's Tony Stark, so he can afford to, like, purchase a company that, like, would, not be, like, that would ensure that nothing would get stolen and everything like that. Also, like, honestly, I feel like Tony Stark wouldn't even just hire a service. I feel like he would just have, like personal people he would hire for that kind of thing. Hell, I feel like he would be the kind of guy to, like, clean up the area himself if it's that top secret, Oh, excuse me. So it is a little weird, is all I'm saying. But shrug. Okay. Where did I leave off? I got on a huge rant and I did not I forgot where I was. Oh man. The pay was enough to cover her tiny apartment in New York. That was way more expensive than it had to be. That was a problem. The 28-year-old witch didn't know what she wanted. Her entire childhood and adolescence had been shaped by Voldemort in the war. If Dumbledore's plan had gone through completely, she would have died at the end of the war, and it wouldn't have mattered what career aspirations she had. But it hadn't. When the war ended, she was 17. Holly did the only thing she knew how to do. She kept fighting. Okay. She and her friends started capturing Death Eaters, rebuilding Hogwarts, and reclaiming the corrupt ministry. Holly made it her life's mission to remove the taint of Voldemort from the world. She had all of her friends from the DA to help at first, but as the years went on, many of them gotten married, spelling error, and settled down. She didn't begrudge them that. Ron and Hermione stuck with her the longest, but eventually the siren call of domesticity pulled them away. The wedding had been beautiful. Traveling to the United States right after to start the Death Eater hunting there by herself had been less so. But she managed. She got really, really good at it. By the time she was done, the British ministry had been completely cleaned up and dozens of laws written to ensure corruption didn't return so easily. All Death Eaters were convicted and punished depending on the severity of their crimes. All of them? Not one got away? Damn. Okay. She did all of this and the world loves her for... Holy shit. So, damn. Holly is just... Why? How was she not... It sounds like she really enjoyed the job, though. So, like, why is she working the... this is so much backstory for just this one simple print. Like, why can't it just be some random Joe Schmo character who's like, wow, why is Thor, like, have a chicken bleeding out on the tape? You know what I mean? Like, I feel like this would be way more interesting if it wasn't Harry Potter. If it was just, like, it was just her cleaning, like just some random person. And it wasn't her. Again, I also don't know why Harry is a girl. There isn't really any explanation for that, which, like I guess there doesn't have to be, but I'm just like I guess I kind of expect there to be a reason within the narrative for why, like, not that they would address it, right, but more like sort of why the gender change, how the gender change would help tell the story better. Is because she's a woman and women do the housework? Is that what it is? I hope it's not. There are men who do housework. But now that it was done, she didn't know what she wanted to do. She had no passions other than Quidditch to speak of. Yeah, why didn't you become a famous Quidditch player then? That would have made you lots of money. Playing professionally was out of the question. She didn't want to get on a team because of her fame, and she didn't want to increase her fame by a professional seeker to her longest... What? That... I don't like that. That seems a little weird. Like, I don't know. It's been a long time since I read Harry Potter, but, like, I feel like it doesn't make any sense as to why he would do this. This seems like a lot of, like, explanation just to justify the premise. Oh, how many Pokemon have died in this fanfic so far? None, actually. There is no death right now. Hi, Beans. Sorry if you were, in the chat for a while and I didn't answer. I actually had the chat downsized because it's been pretty quiet. And I didn't want to, disturb, it was pretty quiet. Nah, I literally just posted that there. Oh, okay. Cool. I didn't keep you waiting. I had the chat downsized because I don't have two monitors, so I can't really check it often. And since nobody was really saying anything, I was like, it's alright if I have it downsized. I'll just check it every couple minutes. Like I said, it's been pretty quiet so far. Yeah. Anyway, well, thanks for coming in, stopping by. I'm reading a fic called Harry Potter and the Midlife Crisis. And I have so many questions. Like, it's so funny how much work this person is doing to justify their own setup. And I'm just like, why didn't you just make, like, okay, so the whole setup here is that Holly, they made Harry Potter a woman for reasons I don't understand. And she is she works for a maid service, and this whole fic is kind of it's basically explaining to the audience why Holly is working for this maid service even though she's freaking Harry Potter and wouldn't need to or probably want to work for a maid service. And it's just so funny how much mental gymnastics this fic is doing to justify that premise. I'm just, because it sounds like this person came up with the idea, the whole thing that got them started was this idea of, man, the Avengers, they live crazy lives. There's a whole bunch of, they probably have blood on the carpet when they get home. I wonder what the cleaning people see. And it's if that's the premise, then you can just have the main character be an OC who's a maid who cleans up after the Avengers, and then maybe they have some interesting observations that they make about how they live. That would have been fine. That's totally fine as a setup for a fanfic. But this fic's nah, the maid has to also be Harry Potter for I don't know what reason, but she does. So and right now the whole time they've been trying to justify why this thing is happening, and I'm just I feel like we don't need to justify it if it was just this, And also also it's also really funny because this fic does the way they approach the AU or the crossover is it's one of those where they smash the universes together and they're in the same universe now. So the Avengers universe and the Harry Potter universe are the same, which that has some ramifications. Cause one, obviously the events of Harry Potter would be the same, but after 2012 in the Avengers universe, when the aliens came and fucked up New York City, then the whole world would be wise to the fact that there are these superpowered individuals that are flying around doing things. And you would think, I love fanfics that rile you up with so many questions. I know, right? This one's already opened up all these cans of worms for me. And it's you're sitting here and you're well, why is the Muggle? Well, first of all, why the fuck didn't the wizards go, oh shit, there's a whole bunch of superpowered individuals out there now in the Muggle world that aren't wizards. There's a fucking guy from space who has a lightning hammer, and also a science juiced monster. Like, why, how, we need to know about this. Like, you would think the wizarding world would learn about that and be like, oh shit. And, I don't know, they would get involved in that somehow. I don't know. Why are they keeping it a secret? You know, I mean, what is there to lose at this point, right? Like, Thor already exists. People know about Captain America. They know about other superheroes. Like, wizards is, I mean, freaking what the fuck's his name? Doctor Strange is in this universe, right? And he's a literal wizard. Like, very literally, he's a wizard man who does wizard things. So, like, and his wizarding is like ancient shit. There's like a whole ancient order of wizards that he's involved with. Like, you would think that the Harry Potter people would have heard about them, right? Because they're also wizards. Are they going to address that? I hope so. I mean, I guess if it's along the continuum of the MCU, then Doctor Strange doesn't really exist yet. But at the same time, I'm just like, these universes don't really fit together very well. It's a little not very it's not very smooth. Like, I think there are some universes where you can kind of fit them together like this, and it's fine. Like, especially with realistic fiction works, where it's like, okay, or if it's like you do a realistic fiction thing and then you slap fantasy on top of it, then it's like, okay, that's a little easier because it's, you know, you can just, it's just reality but with extra shit on it. But this is just like, the way things work doesn't really match up. So, Vampiric Yoda Redeemed asked me about my book. Oh, okay. Hi, Vampiric Yoda. How you doing? So, my book, I'm really happy people are redeeming that. But my book is, I'm currently reading The Song of Achilles by Madeline Miller. Hello. Let me shout you out. And I can type. And it is a book that is, so hold on. My mind's going very fast, and it's going faster than my mouth, and I need to slow down. Thank you for contributing to my Dove Plays a Horror Game challenge. People weren't putting anything into that for the longest time, and I was worried. I was like, do people not want to watch me play a horror game? I mean, if people don't, I'm not complaining. I'm not a very big fan of horror games. But I figured, I was like, people like watching people play horror games on Twitch. I feel like this should be an easy goal, and like, I'm surprised that so many people have not really been putting it in. Maybe everyone's saving it for naming them on. Maybe that's what people are saving for. I don't know. The problem, I realized, I don't think community challenges appear on the mobile app. Oh, I see. Yeah, if people are watching on mobile, they might not see it. Okay, I might have to promote it a lot more. Be like, hey guys, there's a community channel thing, in case you didn't see it. You can help me raise points to play a horror game. I'll have to keep that in mind, Beans. Thanks for pointing that out. But anyway, back to my book. So my book is The Song of Achilles by Madeline Miller. And it is a wonderful book. I'm really loving it so far. I've read Madeline Miller before. I read her newest novel, Circe. And I super love that one. I love it so much I got it, my own copy, which that's how you know I really like a book, is when I buy it myself and add it to my collection. Typically I start out as a library book and then I buy it if I think it's cool. But Song of Achilles is like so good. Oh my god. It's basically, I guess a short way of describing it is that it's basically the Iliad, but from Patroclus's perspective. For those of you who are unfamiliar with the Iliad, Patroclus is Achilles' companion that is like at his side at all times. But basically, they are, this book goes into more about like it's basically Patroclus is telling his whole life story from when he was a kid, through him up until like the Iliad, where it actually starts, and then throughout the Iliad until his death. So it's super good. It's super nice. It really like totally restores the textual thing that Achilles and Patroclus are lovers. I feel like a lot of people don't wave that off. They're like, Achilles and Patroclus, they're just bros, you know? They're just super, super bros. You know, they're so bro that they share a bed and, like, you know, they spend literally all their time together. Like, yeah, they're just bros. And it's like, no, pretty sure they're not just bros, man. But anyway, so it talks a lot about their relationship specifically. So it's really good. The prose is super cool. I really like people reinterpreting like old literature, so this is really nice too. And I really like how Madeline Miller kind of focuses on gender relationships too, like how gender is portrayed in ancient literature, and this book goes into that a lot too, and it's really nice. Right now I'm on the part where like people have been like, oh no, Helen was captured by Paris from Troy. Oh shit. So like the actual war is gonna start soon. Like the first fourth is just like Achilles and Patroclus farting around in a palace, and then Achilles and Patroclus studying under Chiron. And it's like, okay. He's still good though. Anyway, I'm rambling. If you don't know much about Greek literature, I don't know how much you got that, but my point is, it's really neat. If you really liked your classics, it's a really good reinterpretation. Even if you don't know much about Greek myth and Greek literature, I still think it's a really good read. It's very accessible and super neat, and it's just the prose is so good. Oh, it'll be a nice palate cleanser after reading some of the garbage that I might be reading today. Like, I'm like, I really want some like good art. I'll just read this book, and I'm like, high quality stuff. Anyway, enough about that. Back to the fic. So we were talking about, the reasons why Holly Potter is not, is not doing something more interesting or more to her character than she is in this fic. She considered teaching. She knew if she applied, Hogwarts would take her on in a heartbeat for the defense position. There would be a certain delicious irony if she got the job that Voldemort never managed to. Spelling error. But she didn't really feel ready to teach. Of course, she knew this up front and back. Yet there was still a question of having life experience outside of a war. Holly only knew magic that was useful in fighting Death Eaters and cleaning out corrupt governments. Did she really want to live out the rest of her life surrounding by just that? Wasn't there more to life? Was there more? I still feel like that's better than, like, working as a maid, though. I'm so mystified. She talked with plenty of people about the issue. Mr. and Mrs. Weasley suggested vacation. I feel like Mr. and Mrs. Weasley's first instinct would not be a vacation, just considering the fact that they don't have a lot of income. So you would think that they wouldn't suggest that immediately. Hermione thought Holly should go back to school and finally graduate from Hogwarts. That sounds like Hermione. Fred and George told her that there was always a place for her in their joke shop. Ginny kept owling her the dates for tryouts. Owling her? Can't you just say mailing? Or is it just owling? For dates to tryouts for various Quidditch teams, Ron was of the opinion that Holly didn't need to do anything at all if she didn't want to, except perhaps go to therapy. In the end, it was Teddy who gave her the best idea. The nearly 11-year-old boy with turquoise hair that looked at her seriously before saying what the real problem was. You don't know who you are outside of Voldemort. That'd be like me not knowing what I looked like without all the shape-shifting. That is a very wise 11-year-old. Do we think that's an 11-year-old? Does that sound like an 11-year-old? I have my doubts. I guess there are 11-year-olds that say stuff like that. To prove his point, he shapeshifted back till he was a blonde-haired boy that was almost a near replica of Remus Lupin, aside from the nose and the chin that was all conchs. Holly smiled at him as he slowly shifted back to his preferred look. I guess you're right, Teddy, but what am I supposed to do about it? Well, if you're smart, Teddy started, leaning forward with a grin, you would go someplace that Voldemort never was. Voldemort and his forces invaded the entire magical world. Exactly. Oh. But wait, didn't they cause problems in the Muggle world too? Like, wasn't there a whole thing about, like, them doing shit with to Muggles, and then they had to, like, talk to, like, the actual Muggle world? Is that it? Or am I crazy? I might be crazy. It's been a while. Anyway, it had taken a while to get the others to understand her decision. Why would she want to live in the Muggle world so far away? Eventually, they had accepted her decision and threw her a going-away party at the Burrow. That party had been 4 months ago, and Holly was already feeling more positive about her future, even if she still had no actual plans. A sound broke Holly out of her thoughts. It sounded like a thump. She turned, and out of the corner of her eye, she saw the one figure in this building that wasn't wearing an ugly pink smock with black trousers. The man instead was wearing a gray suit. His hair was in disarray. Holly closed her locker that contained a bag that held her regular day clothing, her cell phone, and the book. Harry Potter has a cell phone. Oh my god, that's so weird to think about. What the fuck? And the book she was reading on the commute here. The lock automatically engaged, and Holly quickly slipped on her slip-safe shoes and made her way out of the locker room. When she exited, she saw her boss, Mitch Reed, slowly banging his head against the outer wall of the locker room. You know, sir, banging your head against one room you're not allowed inside of looks rather suspicious. Miss Potter! The man straightened up, looking rather bewildered. I didn't know anyone else was still in. The building I was working in today had a bit of a staining issue. Getting everything to rights took a bit longer than expected. Right. Sorry, I'm just not... There's a client that is going to give me ulcers. Holly leaned against the wall and folded her arms. The man did look rather stressed. His normally crisp suit was crumpled. There was a line of sweat on his forehead and bags under his brown eyes. She gave him a look, and the man sighed, crumpling in on himself. Or on one himself. You just moved here? What, 4 months ago? Yes, sir. But you still know about the invasion and the Avengers. Holly had, of course, heard about the invasion. There had been talk of sending her to go help, but before she could be dispatched, the Muggles had taken care of it. She nodded, and the man continued. Well, after the invasion, all the Avengers moved into Stark Tower, where most people call Avengers Tower, he explained. The top 6 floors of that building are where the Avengers live, and when they aren't saving the world, that is. The lower floors are office spaces for Stark Industries, as well as a few other companies. And, well, I guess regular cleaners for 87 floors without issues. Guess which 6 floors I'm having problems with? I don't know. The first 6? Those who get the most traffic. Very funny. If you can't do this seriously, then I don't see why. No, Holly said. Are the cleaners taking things, asking for autographs? Or are they creepily staring at the Earth's mightiest heroes? Why not all 3? Mitch scoffed and started to pace. Holly watched with lifted eyebrows as the man listed out the problems he'd been having. The first group I set over made the Avengers uncomfortable by thanking them constantly and asking for autographs. The next group stole things to sell on eBay. The group after that didn't even get through the front door because of Stark's security system found something in their background that we missed. The 4th group left traumatized after cleaning out Thor's room. Apparently the god had some beheaded poultry dripping blood into a bowl in there. Then after that, every group I've left hasn't lasted more than 3 days because of some problem or another. I'm pretty sure one of those assholes has made it a game to scare my workers away. Man, the sentence structure is to be desired. Chapelmon, aw, I missed the start of the fanfic reading. You did, Chapelmon. I'm so sorry. I was wondering why it was so quiet. Maybe it's just because people were waiting till 8 o'clock to come by. But hello, go check out Chapelmon. They just got to affiliate, and I'm so happy for them. But you should go watch him. He's cool. Genesis says Mitch as in Mitch McConnell. I don't think this is Mitch McConnell. I think this is a different person. But, I mean, he is a CEO, so maybe he is like Mitch McConnell in that way. Also, I probably should get a different device to watch chat from, because now that people are actually coming in and chatting, I should probably not just have it downsized. Because I feel like I'm missing everyone's things, so I'm sorry. Aw, thanks. No problem, Chapelmon. So give me a moment. I'll be right back. I'm just going to go get a separate device so I can actually watch chat and not have to miss you guys or keep you guys waiting. So 1 second. Are we reading Harry Potter Avengers crossover fanfic? We are, Chapelmon. That was like the first one that I saw. My rule is when I start these out, the first fic that I see that like has fandoms that I like am familiar with, I'll read them. Well, there was 3. Actually, I lied. But this one sounded like the most kind of interesting one. The premise is a little out there. And my favorite part about this fic so far is that the lengths that this author goes to justify why Harry Potter is working as a maid for the Avengers is just, oh my god, it's so funny. It's like, why didn't you just do this with just a normal person and not Harry Potter? I don't understand. Anyway. Where was I? I don't think you're supposed to call the heroes of New York assholes. I'll stop calling them that when they stop giving me gray hairs. Fair enough. How big is this job? Those 6 floors? I like to send... phone, stop. I like to send a group of 3 to tackle it. It's not that there's a lot to do, but rather every day there's a new weird thing to clean up. Never the same thing twice. Honestly, if the Avengers weren't so great at making unique messes, one person could keep those 6 floors clean since Stark has little robots that do a lot of the smaller tasks. Yeah, that's the other thing I was wondering too. Like, I feel like Tony Stark would be the kind of person who's so paranoid that he would just hire, like, in-house cleaning staff for his work. Like I feel like his cleaning staff would be his own employees instead of, like, an outsourced thing. You know? Like, that's the other thing that doesn't add up to me about this fic. And what makes me kind of suspicious of it. I'm like, why doesn't Tony Stark just fucking hire some people and make them salaried employees? Or he would make a robot maid? Yeah, he could also make a robot maid. That's within his capabilities. He's a tech nut. Like, I don't understand. Hold on, guys. I gotta... It's just... Again, this fic is doing so much legwork to try and justify its own premise to the point where it's almost like I don't understand why, like clearly this premise isn't as seamless as we want it to be. Again, I still don't know why, like, there has been, like, not much investigation as to why Harry Potter is Holly Potter in this fic. The gender change seems to just be something the author kind of just wanted to do just because, which, again, that's not horrible or bad or anything. I don't know, to me, I feel like it feels a little, like, arbitrary in a way that's not very interesting to me. You know, like, if the gender doesn't matter, just keep him a dude, is I guess what I'm trying to say. You know what I mean? Sorry everyone, I just want to real quick do something so I have to log in on my mobile here so I can look at chat for a moment and not, Also, this is also a Rule 63 fanfic. It is also a Rule 63 fanfic. I don't know if it's not going to get sexual, I don't think. It's... hello? Okay. My door just randomly opened for no reason. That's kind of weird. Okay. I'm not freaked out at all or anything. Yeah, but it's that, and it's kind of strange that that's how it is. I don't really understand why it is that way, and I wish I did, but I do not. I think it's just because we want Harry to be a lady. What genre here? What's the genre here? Romance, mystery? Slice of life, I'd say. The tags emphasized a lot about found family, and then, like, everyone goes to therapy. So it seems to be more in that regard. This fic's actually really long. It's 80 chapters long. I'm only reading the first chapter. And it sounds like this fic just started out as the idea of what would the cleaning person for the Avengers see? Like, what sort of weird shit would they be cleaning up? Wouldn't that be weird? Like, that's how it started out. But then, no, I don't need help. I just want to plug in the code so I can do my thing. Oh my god. All this just so that I can look at chat. Okay. Okay, come on. Work with me. Work with me, thingy. Rule 63 isn't sexual, though. I guess it could be. That's true. It is just, like, gender bending, I think. I think you're right. You do so much for us, Dove. Yeah, of course. I mean, mostly me putting up Stream Manager on my on a mobile device is more for my sanity than anything, just so that I don't have to, because I can't read the fic with chat up at the same time. It's just not gonna work out. So, and I don't want to like minimize the Firefox window because that will mess up how it looks on stream. Which, by the way, how is it looking on stream? It's looking pretty good. That's good. Okay, so let me X out of that. I don't need that anymore. And aha, okay. Perfect. Now I can see everyone. I can see that I have 5 viewers, which is nice. I'm still gonna keep this up. Okay, so now I can see chat. Although I am on mobile now, so I should probably indicate that with my Nightbot. Have it as an auto thing that sometimes I don't see things because this thing can be weird and unwieldy, and I can miss stuff. We're gonna enable that. Yep. And then okay, so that's been enabled, and then actually I just saw a thing from SoundJack saying that he can't do Transformers facts right now, so I'm going to turn off that channel point reward for the time being. I don't have as much of my channel point stuff up at the moment. That's just because I haven't come up with a lot of fun ones for fanfic at the moment, so we might have some for when I do fanfic later. Okay. Now that's all fixed. Okay. Back to the fic. So, just as a reminder, if I don't respond to your chat in a while, you might need to repost it because I am looking just on mobile and it can take a while to connect, or sometimes it's stupid. I don't know. It's not. Oh, Mrs. Smacklefunky followed me. Hi! Welcome to the stream. Thank you for the follow. Let me update my thingy so that it says your name up here. No, stop. Okay. How are we doing today? Hope you're doing well. Are we gonna backspace or not, buddy? What are we doing? What the hell? Hold on. Hello, I can't believe I haven't followed before. Oh, well, I appreciate you following me. Even if you didn't, you already thought you did. Or even if, even if I follow you, you don't have to follow me. It is never expected, but it is always pleasant when it happens. So you have come in at an interesting time. I'm actually doing my once in a while fanfic live read, and I'm trying to type. Oh, can I just not type in here? What the? Okay, that was so weird. It was not letting me type your name for the longest time, and I didn't understand why. What? Nope. Okay. Uncle Funky. So how have you been? Oh, I should shout you out too. Let me do that really quick. Funky. I'm doing pretty well. I had a really weird day at work today. Not weird, but it was weird because I had so little to do in some ways, but then also a lot to do in other ways. Also, I had this one lady who's been coming in who uses the public computer, and she was having a lot of problems doing things. Okay, her tech knowledge is really, really minimal, and it's so minimal that, like, she didn't even understand the difference between what a download is and what an upload is. Like, that's how minimal of technology I was working with today. Which, you know, it's not her fault. She probably has never really needed to do anything with tech before, but it's just frustrating trying to explain things to people. My name is my name is Celestia Ludenberg. Hi there. Welcome to the stream. How you doing? Let me know what are your favorite fandoms to read fanfic for if you read it. Oh bother. Yeah, it was it was hard to describe things to her, but I think she understood some things. I think I was able to explain to her what a bite was. I think I got that. It's just, you know, it's just unfortunate that some people have, you know, lower tech literacy than others, and you know, tech stuff is very abstract in order to understand it, so sometimes it can be kind of hard to grasp what a thing is, you know. So anyway, back to the fic. Where was I? For those of you who just came in, I'm reading a Avengers Harry Potter crossover fanfic, where Harry Potter is a lady named Holly Potter, and she works as a, like, maid for this company that I guess the Avengers hired to be their cleaning staff. And the weirdest part of this fic is that it does a lot of work to try and justify the setup here, and I don't know if it works. It's still, I don't know. Okay. Where was I? Where did I leave last leave off? So it sounds like to me you just need to find one person under your employ that can do their job without making things weird. Yes, but I don't think it's possible. I don't want to keep traumatizing my workers, but I don't see any other... Send me. Mitch froze in the middle of his pacing. Then he turned on his heels to look at her, his eyes wide and his eyebrows up to his hairline. I'm serious. You can't be. I literally told you that anyone who gets sent there is tormented by demented superheroes. This guy is acting like he's sending, like, Holly to, like, you know. I mean, I guess maybe Mitch doesn't know that Holly is who she is, you know? Like, maybe she hasn't told... I guess she wouldn't have told him about the fact that she's a wizard, so... At least I'm aware. I know I can handle anything they throw at me, sir. I can handle 6 floors in a day, no problem. I don't know if you can. 6 floors is a lot for one person to clean. Like, dude, does this person understand how much... Like, frick. It would probably take me the whole day to clean my own house. Like, the house I'm living in right now. Like, if I had to do the whole... Like, if I had to clean everything. Like, sweep the floors and, like, all the... Dust all the, like, furniture... and everything. If I was doing a cleaning of, like, if I was cleaning my house, that would take me a whole day. And she wants to do 6 floors in, well, actually, well, I guess she's gonna use magic to do that. That makes sense. She's using magic. But, like, personally, if someone said that to me, I'd be like, are you crazy? Like, how? You cannot do that. It has to be more than one person who goes with you, because you're not getting 6 floors done by yourself in a day. Decapitated goat's head is definitely an HR issue. Yeah, probably. But so it's kind of weird that Mitch doesn't, like, call Holly out on that and be like, well, how do you think you're gonna get 6 floors done in a day? Like, what? And I'm also surprised he's not insisting that she have more than one person with her. But I guess this fic did not think about that. Are you sure? Because honestly, you'd be seeing... or maybe the CEO is like, as long as there's someone there, I don't care. I'm sure. Okay. I'll get you reassigned, and you'll get your new assignment and ID card tomorrow morning. Thank you, Miss Potter. Anytime, sir. I'll see you tomorrow. I just assumed they had magic. Yeah, no, so the thing, though, this service, so Harry, or Holly is working as a maid for a muggle service. So the service that she's working for is in the normal world, which is kind of strange because the Avengers are here. So it's like, how normal is it, you know? Which is one of the problems I have with this whole premise. So presumably, I'm assuming that Mitch doesn't know that Harry Potter is who he is. Mitch hired Holly assuming that she was a normal person and not a wizard, and I am assuming that he does not know that she is a wizard. Which again, if that's the case, why is she like, yeah, it totally makes sense for one person to clean 6 floors. That checks out. That seems like a reasonable workload. Again, for a wizard, that's doable, but for someone who's not a wizard, that's like, like maybe in a week you could do that, but not if you really pushed and you didn't sleep, but not in a day. The next morning, Holly got a new ID card and directions to Avengers Tower. The group of cleaners who had previously assigned gave her looks that were both grateful and full of pity. Holly ignored it. She'd learned to clean after Dudley Dursley. Nothing the Avengers could be as vile. Beyond that, potions class had long since made her immune to discussing things. Getting into Avengers Tower required getting into a nondescript black van. Plenty of other people went with her to work on the lower levels. When she entered the van, there was a scanner she had to wave her ID on. Once the scanner beeped and turned green, she climbed inside. She sat down next to a handsome man with the same ugly smock she was wearing. I feel like, I don't know, I feel like we don't really need to go through how she's getting into the Avengers Tower. A lot of this seems pretty, like, you can kind of fill in the blanks there. Sorry, my tablet kind of blinked out for a moment. So, yeah, I might have missed a chat if someone chatted something. So if I didn't respond, let me know. Anyway. Well, now aren't you a sight for sore eyes? I don't think I've seen you around here. Oh, I hate this guy already. Don't freaking just, like, okay, if you're freaking sitting in a van with someone, right, and you're just like, man, are you a sight? If I was an employee and some of my coworkers, if the literal first thing they said to me was, well, now aren't you a sight for sore eyes? I'd be like, get out. like leave. Do not speak to me again. That is not appropriate conduct as employee to employee just in any situation. That is not your opening line to someone. Start just with hello, please. And a very creepy plus, this man's very creepy. He said in a very thick American accent. Oh, well, I guess I should be reading Holly's text in my British accent, so hold on. Super creepy. I know! Like, what the fuck? Don't open with that. Well, I've only worked here for 3 months, she answered. I just got assigned to Sock Tower today. Apologies for any British viewers. I am very sorry. I am trying my best. Thank you. Oh, if it ain't my lucky day, then why is he texting? I'm George, and I must say you've got a very pretty voice. What's that? Stop. Please stop. Please stop. Please, George. Please stop. I'm begging you. Thank you. Yes, I'm from Britain. Another woman slid into the van. She had bright blue hair and a nose piercing. Already flirting with a new chick then, Georgie? We're just having a nice conversation. Oh, okay. So by American accent, they meant Texan, like Southern accent. Okay. Do you think maybe the author's British or not American? Because saying thick American accent is very vague. It's like, which one? You know what I mean? Because there's so many. Although, I guess saying British accent. George is a confirmed. Why did that bleep you out? Did it bleep? Fuckboy. Okay. Weird moment. So for some reason on my tablet, fuckboy was bleeped out, but on on the desktop version, I can see the curse. So I don't know what's up with that. Definitely meant Southern drawl. Yeah, they mean Southern drawl. I know that, like, I guess I get it, because, like, if you're not from the United States, you might perceive a Southern accent as American, I guess. But I don't know. I was so confused. I did not realize that this person was supposed to be Southern. But now I understand. So I will do Southern instead. We're just having a nice conversation. I'm sure someone from Britain would appreciate my southern charm, unlike you. You're British? The woman asked. Yes, I'm Holly Potter. Oh my god, switching between a British accent and a southern accent is gonna be tough for me. So many non-Americans think we all sound like obnoxious Texans. Haha, that's fair. That's fair. Wow. Wow, you sound proper. Be careful, Miss Proper. Flirting with Georgie here only makes him more of an ass. What? I don't like any of these characters. Noted. Now I think I might just be offended. Holly listened as the two friends, and it wasn't obvious that's exactly what they were. Bicker. Oh, are they hinting at some heat and passion? Oh, I'm so interested. The two had obviously declared she needed to be mentored, which Holly could have found offensive. She might have a sensitively young face, but she was a war general. I don't know if that's how I would classify Harry Potter. War general is not how I would describe that, but okay. Not these muggles knew that, so she let them give her advice. Apparently, she wasn't supposed to do anything suspicious outside of the bathroom because the AI security system would call you out for smoking indoors. When she told them that she'd been assigned to work on the top 6 floors, Kathy, the woman with the blue hair, sang her funeral dirge. It was so well done that Holly smiled and clapped politely. You're not supposed to clap. You're going to die. And what's a beautiful song to go out on. Kathy rolled her eyes as the band rolled to a stop. Wow! Man, Holly is like really chumming with these guys already. Dang. It was nice knowing you, Miss Proper. It's Potter. I said what I said. Getting into the tower was simple too. She just had to walk through 3 detectors, none of which could pick up the magical energy coming off of the wand she was using as a hair stick. Wait! She uses her wand as a hair stick? Why? Why would you do that? Why would you do that? Like, it's... Like, you're just gonna... I guess it's easy to, like, take out, but, like, then your hair is a mess. What? I'm so confused. Why would you not just have it in your pocket? Not gonna lie, I probably would too. I mean, I guess it'd be a cool look. You know? I don't know. I don't know if I'd do that if I were a wizard. I'd just be like, I feel like that should be, like, in a safe place where it can't, like, get, like, damaged. I feel like if it was out in the open like that, it would be easier for someone to take, but I guess no one would think anything of it if you're in the Muggle world. Then she had to have her ID scanned. Once she was through security, she was directed by a calm British voice coming out of the scanner to please head to the elevators and go up to the 88th floor. Apparently her cleaning cart was up there, where she could begin her job. Holly thanked the man and got to work. Once more into the fray. Okay. Time for a quick drink break. It wasn't really that bad, all things considered. Granted, it was bad, but not all that bad. The first floor she cleaned contained 2 apartments with a common area between them. It was a large closet in said common area that her cleaning cart had been stuffed. Miss Potter, a voice said from somewhere as Holly pulled the cart out of the closet. Yes, Jarvis? Holly asked without missing a beat. You are aware of who I am? Wouldn't I be? You're the first AI of your kind. She had actually heard of Jarvis before, thanks to Hermione, who still kept up with all the Muggle technology that she'd have to give up for magic. Okay, but here's the question though: is Jarvis like well known in the Avengers universe? Like, do people in the Avengers, like, do random Joe Schmoes in the Avengers universe know who Jarvis is or what Jarvis is? Or I always was under the impression that Jarvis was just like Tony Stark's own personal AI program, and that it hadn't been like mass produced or anything. Like, it's not like Jarvis is Siri or anything like that. So I'm a little confused. It hadn't occurred to her that by taking his job, she'd meet the AI. She wasn't even really sure what an AI was, other than a very complicated computer program. I mean, I guess I can't know. I had not realized that my fame had not reached so far as to reach Britain. I mean, if it was globally if someone, Jarvis was also turned into Vision and no longer exists. Oops. I think this takes place just after the Battle of New York in the Avengers timeline. So Jarvis. So this is before Vision was created. Don't think it's a super well-known thing, but Hermione's a big nerd and probably knows people. I mean, yeah, that's fair. Like, I guess it's believable that Hermione knows, but certainly I don't think this is the kind of thing you would find out from, like, reading the newspaper, you know what I mean? Like, Jarvis is, to me, fairly hush-hush program. At least that's what it seems like. I don't know. Okay, whew. Yeah, no, that was, Jarvis, they did account for that. So that's pretty good. Oh, you're very popular there. Us Brits have to sit together, right? There was a pause. Holly looked up from her perusal of the cleaning cart, which had a very interesting array of chemicals in it. Before she could second-guess herself too much, Jarvis returned. Yes, of course we do. Although I have to admit, I was programmed by an American, and you are the first British person I've met. Really? Does Tony Stark not have any, like, rich British friends he brings into his apartment? If you've been to Stark's Tower, you can't really miss it. Tony Stark is a show-off. He's told everyone about Jarvis. Oh, okay. I mean, that makes sense. He is a show-off. That's true. So, never mind. I know the Avengers, but I also don't know the Avengers very well. Tony discriminates against the British. Yeah, right? He just doesn't like them. Not at all. Yes, of course we do. Blah, blah, blah. Not a problem. There's just 3 things you've got to do if you're going to be fully British. Holly told the heir as she picked up different bottles to see what they are. First, you've got to call soccer football and call American football American football. Won't you say it, call football American football? Of course. Jarvis agreed, sounding a little amused. Then you've got to prefer tea over any other liquid. If you're on a desert, dying of thirst, you wouldn't crave water. It would be a good cuppa. As an AI, I don't have the need to drink. You can still have preferences. I suppose I can. What is the third requirement? How sassy can you be? Because every British person needs to be at least a little bit sassy. Harry, Holly, and Hermione started going to Hogwarts in, like, 1991, so she's keeping up the Muggle world in her 30s. Yeah, I think they got the ages right, because this is in 2012. This is set in 2012, and I think they have Harry as in 38. As 28, excuse me. Or Holly. I keep saying Harry. It's Holly. Sorry, everyone. I'm an adequate amount of sassy. Then congrats, you're British. Now, would you mind telling me if there are rooms I'm not meant to go into for cleaning? If a room is locked, then you are not to clean it. Efficient. With that, she got to work. She cleaned the common area first. She picked up a bright red cape and placed it in a basket that had been labeled laundry with a Sharpie and put away the art supplies that had been scattered all over the table. Whoever was the artist among the group was actually quite good. Holly spared a moment to look at the sketch of the New York City skyline before carefully putting the sketchbook with the other art supplies, art unmolested. Cleaning the kitchen took some doing. She found what appeared to be a rotting shark flesh in the fridge. It was an interesting smell, to be certain. After asking Jarvis about it, he told her it belonged to Thor and that he likely forgotten it was there. So Holly threw it away and sanitized the fridge. Please let the Avengers know that if they leave something in the fridge, I'll throw it away when it begins to rot, if they don't leave some sort of note. I will do that, Miss Potter. Once the kitchen and common area was clean, she tried the first apartment. The door was unlocked, so she knocked lightly. When there was no answer, even when she said, housekeeping, she pushed open the door. It was an odd mess that reminded her vividly of Hogwarts. Animal skins and furs were laid along the floor and hung on the walls. Different parts of magical creatures were also hung like trophies. There was an overall smell of male musk in the room. Oh boy. Fic. Her name is Harry LOL. Dove. No. So why wouldn't wizards use the internet? I highly doubt that they would have magical equivalent and would be able to do more with the internet with magic. Yeah, I would agree with you, Chapamon. I feel like the internet would be something that wizards would want to do. But then again, like, I don't know. I feel like J.K. Rowling, fuck her, first of all. Second of all, I honestly feel like she didn't really think much about the total ramifications of her world building to some extent. Like, the ignorance that wizards have towards the Muggle world is kind of weird to me. Like, even though they're separated, like, I guess it's kind of charming from a kid's perspective, and it's when they're kids' books, it's fine, but, like, I don't know. Like, to me, I just, I feel like if I were to write this kind of scenario, I feel like it would make sense for the magical world to know more about the normal world than they let on, especially if they're trying to hide themselves, you know. You'd think the same thing with pens and pencils, but wizards are dumb. Yeah, right? Like, why write with a quill and ink when you can just get a pen, you know? I know it's the aesthetic, right? Quills look a lot cooler than pens do, but realistically, I feel like a wizard would still prefer a pen, like a ballpoint pen. They're a lot more practical. Wizards are stuck up and probably wouldn't look into the internet. At the same time, when she wrote this world, the internet was in the dark ages of the mid to late 1990s. Yeah, that's true too. This was created before the internet was widely used, so I guess she kind of avoided that one, like, real nice. Anyway. Holly quickly moved through the apartment. Dirty clothing was placed in the laundry basket, and everything was shaken out for dirt or vacuumed. She knew this was probably Thor's bedroom based on the bleeding bird she had found dripping blood into a bowl in the bedroom. That is a lot of bees. Or what about a spell that allows you to write with your wand? That would be rad. Wouldn't that make sense? That'd be cool. You use your wand as a pen? Yeah. Honestly, that makes a lot of sense, Genesis. You should have written Harry Potter. Where did I leave off? Okay. Holly recognized preparations for a potion when she saw one. Holly gathered all the various plants and animal pieces that Thor had put together and organized them by type on the table he had in the corner of the... Dude, don't mess with someone's shit. Even if you're a house cleaner, I would hope a house cleaner wouldn't they might, if things were scattered all over the place in a really weird way, you might want to do that, but I don't know. That might come back to bite her is all I'm saying. That ought to help. The last thing she did was spray the room down with some air freshener and asked Jarvis to open a window out to air out the stench. The other apartment was much quicker to clean. There weren't many personal effects, and it seemed to have been cleaned recently. Holly had a feeling that the previous cleaners had just not gone into Thor's rooms. Based on what little Holly could discern in the room, mostly the fact that it was so sterile, and that there was a grainy black and white photos of people she didn't know, it was probably Captain America's room. She cleaned it quickly and felt tempted to add a few homey touches, but she knew she'd probably do it eventually. No ink, no mess. Exactly. And you don't have to worry about ink running out. Very nice. She placed the laundry basket in the elevator, and Jarvis told her that there were robots that would take care of the washing. She then took the same elevator up to the next floor. This floor had the same layout as the previous one, except for the fact that it looked like a scene out of a horror movie. The common room was a mess. There were knives and other small, easy-to-hide weapons scattered about, not to mention arrows in the walls, and what looked like a beheaded ceramic dolls everywhere. Some with weapons embedded in them, keeping them on the ceiling or on the walls. Okay, so, do we really feel that Hawkeye and Black Widow would do their training, in their room? I feel like they would do that, in a training area. Where it's wide and you can't injure someone else when you're doing your shit, right? I feel like that would be what they would do. We've seen them do that in the movies. I don't feel like they do that in their own living area. That seems a little weird. I guess it makes for a funny image, but I don't know. What are your thoughts, chat? I'm not sure I buy it. Oh, that's deaf from them fucking around and finding out. No, I'm just kidding. So you think that it's them fighting each other, wrestling with each other? I guess that's a way to make the ramifications. Again, I don't know as much about the Avengers. I've watched the movies, but I'm not super into it. So I'm a little bit of a noob in that way. Do the Avengers who live here like the decor, or am I allowed to clean up for them a party? She didn't sound impressed. Honestly, she expected more based on Mitch's description. Please feel free, Miss Potter. Holly quickly gathered all the weapons up and carefully organized them on the table. She threw away the baby doll heads and removed the arrows in the walls. She refilled the walls with the caulking that was in the cart. Now she knew why it had been there in the first place. It took close to an hour to get the entire commons area and kitchen set to rights. The kitchen was mostly full of half-empty takeaway containers which were easy enough to throw out. Both of the doors to the apartment were locked, which honestly she appreciated because she didn't want anything else to do with this floor. In the bedroom, not what. Oh, you meant that way. I see. Okay. I don't know why I didn't immediately go to that, but I don't know, guys. Maybe maybe because this fics kind of teenish, I wasn't really thinking about it in terms of sex. But yeah, I guess Hawkeye and no. Oh, you didn't mean it that way. Chapelmon meant it that way, but you didn't mean it that way. Okay, I get it now. Okay. Never mind. Where was I? She already filled a garbage bag, which Jarvis instructed her to place in the service elevator, which was the one she'd been using this whole time. There was a main, fancy elevator for the people who actually lived here. The next floor was a gym, just a huge, giant gym. There were wrestling mats, weights, machines, dumbbells, and punching bags. It took a while to clean, long enough that by the time she was finished, it was lunchtime. It's so weird. They're not even mentioning her using magic for this. I guess Jarvis is watching the whole time, so she really can't. After a quick lunch break, the Stark Tower cafeteria, which was given a nice free lunch, she went up to the next floor. This turned out to be by far one of the most interesting floors she'd been on. It contained an apartment that was decorated in calm, neutral tones. There was a visible speaker system with lines of CDs that were mostly classical or relaxing in nature. It also had, instead of a second apartment, a giant steel-lined room with large fist-sized dents in it. So this must be where Dr. Banner called home. Cleaning it took almost no time at all. Dr. Banner took a clean space, so Holly really only had to pick up a few things. Clean a window or two, and vacuum up some of the areas that the little robots couldn't get to. Holly thought she rather liked Dr. Banner, if only because he kept his floor clean. No, they wouldn't train in there unless they were training specifically as a bad bedroom as a potential location. Even then, they would use a fake bedroom, not theirs. Yeah, exactly. Like, why would you fuck up your own bedroom when you're training? And like, even if they're doing it in a naughty way, like, come on. I don't know. Seems a little weird. It makes for a dramatic set piece, I guess, but They have a freaking gym too in their whole house. Like, wouldn't they use the gym instead of their bedrooms or their apartment area? Like, I don't know. I'm being nitpicky. You could not get through the entire gym in that little time, let alone the Avengers gym. It's gotta be hell in that place. Yeah, exactly. She doesn't even use any magic. I thought they were gonna have her use magic to explain why she was so confident in being able to clean 6 floors of an apartment building in the Avengers Tower by herself. Like at least the magic would have made sense, because then she could speed up the process that way. But she's not even using magic right now, so it's like, how the hell is she cleaning it so fast? You know, like this has got to take, like, a whole floor would take, like, she could maybe do, I don't know, 2 floors, assuming one of them is not that, like, assuming that she doesn't have to clean every single inch of it. But certainly not 6, not in a day. Good lord. The last 2 floors took the rest of her day. The first was what appeared to be the Avengers' hangout spot, lots of places to sit in evidence of movie nights and video game tournaments. There was also a very dirty kitchen that needed to be cleaned and a bar that had to be reorganized. The top floor was a penthouse, and based on the overly expensive suits she found in the closet, it was Tony Stark's place. Other than the grease-stained jeans and shirts, it was mostly clean, so she had no problems cleaning up before her workday ended. Mitch hadn't been lying when she said it could be done by one person if they were quick. That's not to say she wasn't exhausted. She was, but it was done. She met up with George and Kathy on the way out, her pink smock now containing a few questionable stains, but overall no worse for wear. Holy shit, you're alive! It really wasn't that awful, she told them. Besides, it'll be easier tomorrow. Mitch definitely lied. Yeah, right? Famous last words. And that's the end of that chapter of that fic. So, what are our overall thoughts? My thoughts are, kind of a weird setup for a fic. Like, okay, the concept of, like, the Avengers from their cleaning staff's perspective is very intriguing to me. I think that's a very good setup for a story. The fact that it's Harry Potter as the cleaning person is kind of strange, and I don't think it really works. I feel like they don't do enough work to justify why he's there. I don't really feel like it. Also, like, just reading it, I feel like you could probably remove the fact that it's Harry Potter from the equation and not really, like, change the basic core element of the chapter, which is this cleaning person trying to clean their rooms. She doesn't use any magic. You know, she's British. That's about it. That's the only real thing about Harry Potter that's being stayed here, or that's being used here, I should say. So to me, it's kind of like, what is the point of her being Harry Potter in this scenario? I don't see it. I don't get it. So, yeah. Prose was kind of bad. Disjointed sentence structures, lots of repeating words, spelling errors too. Didn't really like the characters. Kathy and George were kind of weird. Not. This is deaf indulgence to the author's part. Maybe it's because they identify with Harry. Yeah, that could also be it too. Certainly, I feel like that's probably why it's Holly Potter and not Harry Potter. Like maybe the author is a woman and she wanted Harry Potter to be a little bit more of a self-insert, which is fine. I don't know. It doesn't really work. I feel like this should have been just create an original character, and have them walk through the lives of the Avengers. That would be way more interesting and a little bit more consistent, I think. Okay, so it's about time for my midstream break. So I'm gonna go on break now, and I'm gonna get some stretches in. So for those of you at home, feel free to get some stretches in, get some water, get a snack, do some stuff. Take care of yourself. If you're procrastinating on some work, this is your friendly reminder to, hey, maybe get some of that stuff done. If you can, if you want. Just some friendly advice. But I will be back very soon. So see you all in a moment. Alright, I have returned from my break. Also, I just noticed my banner up here is not looking great. Also, I need to turn off my quest log because there are no quests right now because I'm not playing a game. Well, welcome back. Hope you guys had a good break. I had a pretty good break. I was just eating some popcorn. It was nice little snack. But now I am back to fix. So, you'll be happy to know that I got another kernel stuck in my teeth, so that's good. It's all the way in the back too. Like, it's stuck in the very, very back of my mouth. That's annoying. Okay. I'm gonna have to fix that at some point. Alright. We can do that now. Very annoying. Anyway. So, we're back looking at these, bookmarks. Alright, there we go. I removed the popcorn kernel. I finally got it. Oh my gosh. That was weird. Glad I don't have a face cam, because that would have been kind of gross. But, it was removed, and now it isn't annoying me anymore. So, good stuff. Let me see. Who is... Let me put that on mute. Okay. So, now... we're gonna find another fic to read, I think. Oh, okay. Sorry, I was just checking. I saw that, like, no one was saying anything, and I wanted to double check the chat. So, reading is different, anyone? Or second chapter? I think I'm gonna read something different. I mean, I could stick with the same fic, but sometimes I like to alternate, because, you know, I like to make sure people are interested and keep them engaged. If there's a certain fic that you want to be read, or if there's a certain fandom you want me to look at, just let me know and I'll go there, because I do like to do what chat wants to. Otherwise, if no one has any suggestions, then I just kind of pick from the recent bookmarks and I work from there. Usually how these streams work. Okay. So, let's see. Out of all these ones that I could read, so we have Voltron Legendary Defender. I'm down with whatever. This is fun. Thanks! I'm glad you think it's fun, Chapelmon. I know these streams are always kind of strange because I never know if people are super interested in them. People keep voting for them on Twitter, so it feels like that they're interested, but I don't know. I haven't gotten as much interaction with these streams as I do with my gaming streams, which kind of makes sense because there isn't really a category for this, and I can't really tag it as fanfiction, so it's hard to, like, promote it, I guess. But anyway. So, ones we got. We have Voltron Legendary Defender, BTS, Hyaku, Naruto, Persona 5, High School Musical, the musical, the series, Marvel Cinematic Universe, K-pop, the Bangtan Boys, My Hero Academia, Jujutsu Kaisen, Mosheng Tongshu, Modao Zushi. I don't know Chinese, so I'm really sorry. The Untamed, Modao Yushi Mosheng Tongshu, American Ladybug, Genshin Impact, Dream SMP, Minecraft, video blogging, RFP, or PF, Supernatural, Genshin Impact again, BTS, Hyaku, and video blogging, RFP. Well, So the first one that I saw that I know, fandom that I know of is Voltron Legendary Defender with Quiet Your Pain, Suffer in Silence. But if any of those fandoms jump out to you guys, I don't want to jump into a fic and like I'm reading something that no one cares about. Other ones that I personally know, because I just kind of read them. So I don't know much about BTS, don't know much about Hyaku, never seen it. Not really a fan of Naruto. I could read the one about Persona 5, because I do know about that. I mean, I know High School Musical. I don't know much about the series, though. That one I don't know much about. Obviously, I can do the Marvel Cinematic Universe. That one I could do. I've seen most of those movies. Miraculous Ladybug, I know I could do that one. The rest of these I don't think I know very well. I'm going to eat dinner. Enjoy the readings. I'll pop in again after dinner. Okay, enjoy your food. Let me know what it is and how good it is. My cat decided to come up and visit me on my desk and then sat on paper with my scribbles of emotes and badge ideas. I started to rip it up. Oh no, Chapomon. Oh, I'm so sorry. I have yet to commission anyone for emotes. I'm getting there. I have ideas about what I would want, but I just gotta do it. I just gotta like ask, I keep forgetting, and I need to ask, the same person. I'm gonna try and ask the same person who did my icon, art to do the emotes as well if they're willing and able. If not, then I'll have to try and find someone else who might be willing to. But thank you for reminding me, Chapelmon. But yeah, enjoy your dinner, Mrs. Snacklefunky. What do I want to read? I don't need the scribbles, but it is annoying to pick up all the pieces. Oh, I'm sure. I mean, my typical rule is the first one I see. And this one's, how many words in it? 5,000? That's not bad. That's like pretty short. So if people don't mind, I'll do the Voltron Legendary Defender one, because that's the first one I saw, and it's for a fandom I know. So let's read the tags then. Quiet Your Pain, Suffer in Silence by Icy Panther. Okay, Lance and everyone, Corinne and Lance, Corinne, Hunk, Pidge, Allura, Keith, Shiro, Lance, Voltron, Angst, Hurt Lance, Emotional Hurt Comfort, Emotional Hurt Comfort, Protective Corinne, Langst, Mute Lance, Self-inflicted? So does that mean that he's mute because of self-inflicted violence? What? Oh, geez. Okay. Lance has never quite liked the quiet, and he likes it even less on this big empty castle far away from home. He tries to fill it with stories and laughter so it doesn't feel quite as lonely. But lately, whenever Lance opens his mouth, all he seems to do is upset people, annoy people, and now he's hurt them too. So there's only one solution. He just won't ever talk again. Wow, that's very sad, and kind of I'm expecting some melodrama from this one. Okay. Quiet Your Pain, Suffer in Silence. Timeline notes. Earlier season 2 after Carrion episode. Oh, geez. I've watched this whole show, but fuck if I remember what happens in the individual episodes. Warning, notes, none. Okay. Okay. So let's start this one. So for those of you who don't know how many people here are familiar with Voltron Legendary Defender, but just some background because it's not as ubiquitous as like Harry Potter or the Avengers. So Voltron was originally an anime that came out in like the 80s. It was one of those cheesy anime ones. It was actually like the original show was like an amalgamation of like 3 separate anime that were then like all like chopped together and then released in the US as the same thing. And it was basically it's about some like 5 folks who are like not space people, like a bunch of people who pilot these like giant lion mechs that then amalgamate together to become a robot named Voltron. It's very it's definitely a mecha anime kind of deal. A little bit cheesier than like your Evangelions or your I mean, I don't know how cheesy Gundam is. I've never watched it, but it's kind of in that vein. And it came in the 80s. And then they did a reboot of it on Netflix. It came out. DreamWorks had spearheaded it, I think. But basically they did a reboot of the series called Voltron Legendary Defender, and I watched all 8 seasons of it. Would I recommend it? Don't really know. Like I thought the original, like the first couple seasons were pretty good. It was actually done by the animation was done by the same studio who did Legend of Korra. So if you're familiar with that show, it's the same studio. So the animation's pretty good. And the first couple seasons were pretty good. But then it kind of went downhill from there. It didn't really end very well. Oh my god, Greenie rating with 8 people. Hey, how's it going, everyone? You just came in. The green beans are coming. They're coming for me. They're coming all over. From down the hill and up through the valley. I don't know what I'm saying. Hello, everyone. How are we all doing today? Just so you all know, I am on mobile right now, looking at my chat feed. So if I miss people's chats, the reason is probably because I'm on mobile and I cannot see you coming from all over. They're just coming in from everywhere. Oh my god. So you guys have just rated in. For those of you who don't know me, my name is TheRationalDove. I am a variety streamer. I mostly play video games here, but hence the name of the channel, RDSJ Gaming. But occasionally I do other things. Some of those other things include reading fanfic. I love fanfiction. It's a lot of fun. Sometimes you find good stuff, sometimes you find bad stuff. And I really like reading it. When I read these, I tend to approach it from I really like writing, so I tend to approach it from more of an editor standpoint. I'm trying not to I don't try to pick on my intent isn't necessarily to I mean, sometimes I'll go for cheap laughs, but a lot of times I also wanted to try and give these people a fair chance with their work. So that's basically what's happening right now. And I was just about to get into this fic, but since all y'all raiders came in, to use a weird phrase, if you guys have a fandom that you are super aching to see a fic for, let me know. And for those of you who don't know, because maybe there are some that... Oh my god. Wait a minute. Hold on. I might have just found what we're reading next. Wait, what? Why did my thing say to check out me? I wanted to shout out you. What? Hold on. Something happened. Something was weird about that. What the fuck? Hold on. Green being guardian. Let me try that again. There we go. I don't know what happened there. That was weird. Oh, is it any other folks that I missed? Or are y'all just kind of lurking? It's fine if you're lurking. Y'all can lurk. I appreciate lurks. Okay. Anyway, yeah, no problem. I want to shout people out. So, so I was like, let's look at some recent works instead now, since I've rated. Oh no, it's no problem. Don't worry about it. I do not care. I like lurkers. Lurkers are my friends. They're all wonderful people. I know that reading fanfic can be a little boring for some people, so I don't blame them for being like, maybe not. It's me, not you. Okay, just want to make sure. But I think I just hit on the jackpot with random works. So here are some options, folks. We have Thankfulness, a Christian Bible fanfic. So we could get real spicy in here. Dissolved by Paper X Water with paper fandom and water I don't know if what are the odds that this one is just literally paper as in the paper, like the object, and water as in the liquid. If enemies to lovers relationship, paper character, water character, ink character pencil, character blue pens, fanfic, romance. Oh, it's a joke fic. Ooh, we could go for please help, lol. Let's see what other ones. But that this immediately catches my attention. Don't know about Shoujo Kageki Review Starlight. Yeah, that seems like a joke pick. My Hero Academia, Genshin Impact, more MCU stuff. I'm of both fandoms. I like paper and water, honestly. They're both lovely things. Undertale, more Minecraft, video blogging, RPF, whatever that is. I don't know what that, oh. There are lots of people posting in the Minecraft stuff. What? Okay. Jujutsu Kaisen, Hyaku, Star Wars, Harry Potter, Merlin, and Pokemon. Okay. We've got some options here. Any thoughts? Any thoughts, folks, on what we could read? I like to defer to chat sometimes because I don't want to bore anyone. And I know fanfic can be kind of weird like that. I want to try and pick a fic that people will be like, what? I kind of want to go for the dissolved paper X water fic. That seems so funny. Hold on, let me read the description. Paper, a normal girl who runs a motel. She's your average paper, born from trees, and gentle. Her life was calm. It was quiet. She quite enjoyed it. Although she would like some excitement in her life, she could never be more thankful than the life she was given. What she didn't expect would be meeting the most dangerous mafia of all time. What? Water. Water wasn't at all expecting to be noticed from a faraway town. He was quite annoyed at how paper ruined everything. Everyone was now scared of him, which was a big sign that he wasn't wanted. He regretted saying his nickname. Although he should have left, he was being chased by a mob of police. If he got caught, he was done for. He just recently got out of jail. It wasn't worth it. Deciding to stay at a motel, he was surprised that Paper ran the place. Paper having to serve Water as one of her clients. She was hesitant at first, but Water promised to give her large quantities of money, which she couldn't resist. During the whole month, things get heated between them. Eventually, feelings they really shouldn't feel. Paper wants to stay with Water forever. She loved him, but what if she has to die instead? Fanfic of imagined objects? Yeah, I think. Or like weird alternate names for things. Oh, adult content. Ooh, okay. I mean, it's not rated explicit. Man, I should have asked my sister to like come up with that censored screen. I will click away if it gets too not good for Twitch. Cause hopefully not. We'll see. Oh, it's super short. What the hell? Okay. Alright. Said Paper. Her best friend, Pencil, gave her an ink bottle. Please, Pencil pleaded. Paper was hesitant at first, but she decided to do as Pencil requested anyway. Picking up the ink bottle, she poured it down onto Pencil's head. All of it. Still confused why Pencil wanted ink all over her body, she gently put the ink bottle away. What? What am I reading? I'm so confused. Like, okay, this is a weird way to start off a fic. Smiling brightly, Pencil bowed down in thanks. Thank you so much. Happily running down the other way. Paper cocked her head. What was that all about? She said out loud. Yeah, I wonder, said a deep voice. Feeling chills down her spine, Paper turned around to see a large glass cup of water. Oh my god. Oh shit. Imagine just you're standing there and you hear someone say, yeah, I wonder. And then you turn around and there's just a large glass of water. Just there. Like, okay, what's the, I want to see Paper cosplay, right? What is the size of this cup, do you think? Like, do you think it's like, is it human size? Like, is it a human size cup of water? Like, it's like a mascot type size thing? Or is it like just a particularly large cup of water that is the size you would imagine a large cup of water to be? I don't know which is funnier. Is it funnier if it's like a huge fucking glass of water that's like human sized, or is it funnier if it's like just a large glass of water that's not actually large, it's just large? It's like as large as like your average drinking cup you get out of your cupboard. Railing her eyebrows, she glared at the guy. What do you want? She snapped. He raised his hands in caution. Chill, I just wanted to visit. Oh, so this glass cup of water also has arms? Okay. Why would your kind come here of all places? Paper looked very annoyed, but secretly, she was kind of scared. This guy could kill her if she wanted. I mean, water dissolves paper, right? Well, is she laminated? That's an important question to ask. Also, if it's cardstock, like, you know, you might dissolve, but you certainly would have, like you might not dissolve. Like, paper doesn't dissolve in water. It just gets super, super fragile. It can rip really easily, but it doesn't dissolve. This is like something an AI would write, right? Please, just because I'm a water type doesn't mean I'm vicious and kill everyone. He shrugged. He's a water type? Like a water type Pokemon? Is that what I'm trying to get from this? Anyways, what's your name? Paper scoffed. She wasn't sure if she should say anything about her. My name is Paper, she said truthfully. The glass club blinked! The glass club has eyes! Oh my god, wait, no, this is, you know what this is like? Hold on. This is how I'm imagining it. 1 second. Let me pull up an image. I'm just imagining it's basically this. Like here, let me move this to the Firefox that I have that actually has the. I imagine it's basically this. Like it's this is the glass. Just imagine like that, but like a glass of water, you know, or like, okay, or maybe glass cup of water, but with eyes and arms. No, it's no. I want it more. I want it more creepy than that. Oh, let's try anthropomorphic glass of water. We gotta get visual for this, right? Of water. Yeah. Oh yeah. This guy comes up to you. That looks cute though. Oh no, this man. This is the guy. This is the main character. This is him. Also, I don't know what this guy is. Also, shoutouts to this. I don't know why this is here, but I'm loving this. This is nothing to do with anything. But like, this guy, he's living his best life right now. Look at him. He's got a fish. He's just sitting, just having a good time. Anyway, this is what I'm imagining. This is what I'm imagining is the glass cup of water. Ooh, I want that. I like the one with the hand and feet, but the one licking their lips knows what story they're in. Yeah, right? This one's kind of creepy, I'll be honest. Okay, I'll keep that up in case. And then, okay, let's see. Anthropomorphic paper. Let's see if we can find a good image for our protagonist, for our heroine. We're not getting... I'm not getting what I want. I'm just getting some weird cutouts here. Okay, well, I'm just imagining it as, like, paper with, like, oh man, hot. Right? I definitely want to fuck that glass of water. Okay, anyway. My name is Paper. The glass was named, whoa, a common name. I expected something more exotic. What? Why would you say that to someone? Why would you say something like that to someone? What were you expecting? If they're a literal piece of paper and your name is water, like what were you expecting? I don't know what the expectation is here. There's a paper monster for those neat scanners. I may or may not have made Rule 34 of that paper monster. You know what? I respect it. Did you see the come Hitler eyes on that cup? No, I did not. Oh, Hither. I thought you said Hitler. I was like, what? Come Hitler? What the fuck are you talking about, Greenie? No, come hither. I misread that. Not Hitler, hither, yes. Whoops. Look, if Hitler ends up in here, I'm, who knows? It could happen. Surprised yet enraged by his answer, she snapped, "What's your name, then?" "Water." "Well, that's common, too." Water shrugged. I don't really mind it. Everyone just calls me Big W. Big W is more syllables than water. Why would anyone call you that? Paper's eyes widened, her face becoming pale. What? You're Big W? Water raised an eyebrow. What do you mean? Covering herself with her arms, Paper slowly spoke. You're literally the mafia. What if her response to that was just, he should respond like, no, that's just my rapper name. I'm just a rapper. What are you talking about? Water shrugged. I'm not wanted here, am I? Didn't think that I was that well known. Stepping back, Paper shouted, so stay away from me! And she began running. Wait! Water reached out to grab Paper, and she ran away first. There was no way he could catch her now. He was gonna bring another bad reputation. It started gathering attention as the town people noticed he was in town. Although it took a moment, Paper shouted, that's Big W! The mafia! And everybody shut their doors in fear. Sighing, Water put his hands on his face, annoyed. Why can't she just shut up? He wanted to enjoy himself. That's a very bad sentence to leave this fic off on. And that's the end of the fic. Help, why am I doing this? I don't know. I'm mystified by this. I'm so mystified. Also, the thought that, water and paper have genders. Huh. Oh. A link. Hold on. Let me... Oh god, here we go. Well, it didn't get super saucy, so that's good. Oh, that's better. I like that. Yeah, hold on. Let me bring this up to the... Here. Yeah, this is what Chapamon sent. No, that's definitely what I was picturing. I love the little hat. The little hat is adorable. I wish the protagonist of this fic was wearing a hat like that. Amazing. Excuse me. Okay. Okay. That was pretty short. Even for a clearly like a funny fic, it's supposed to be funny, it's not supposed to be taken seriously. I don't really know if it works. I totally like the idea of making a joke fic where it's the characters are all inanimate objects, but I don't really know if this. First of all, it opens with a paper pouring ink over a pencil, which I don't know what the hell was that all about. That would seem so random and a weird place to start. And then it didn't really go anywhere. Water and paper had a little interaction. She runs away. Everyone's like, get at it. We hate you, Water. And then it ends with Water being like, ah, damn, foiled again. And that's it. What? Kind of a letdown, honestly. For what was promised in this, I feel cheated by this fic, honestly. I wanted a bit more of a fun time, and it didn't really provide that for me, which is unfortunate. Okay, let's go back to the browser and see what we got. We could read Sonic the Hedgehog fic. Oh, it's Rouge the Bat and Shadow the Hedgehog, guys. We're getting spicy. Yeah, it was pretty disappointing, Greenie. Star Wars, Clone Wars. I'm not really into Clone Wars. I didn't really read. I never watched the Clone Wars. I've only watched the movies, guys. Not enough paper. Yeah, right. 0 out of 10. Stray Kids, Life is Strange, the video game, The Ultimate Sideman, My Hero Academia, Dragon Ball Z, Dragon Ball Super, Tease, Hyaku again, Ikenfell, video game, Attack on Titan, Itzy Band, Stargate Atlantis, Yashahime Princess Half Demon. Oh, is that out yet? Oh my gosh, I've been meaning to freaking watch that. Yeah, that paper needed to be on fire and the water boiled. There was no heat. Yeah, no. There was nothing. There was no chemistry at all in that fic. It was very disappointing. Oh my god, I was super excited for Yashahime. I didn't know it was out already. Man, I gotta get on that. Thank you, fic, for reminding me. Video blogging RPF, Stardew Valley, WandaVision, Mrs. Fletcher, so MCU, Dragon Age, Dream SMP, Tomorrow X Together, Korean band, My Hero Academia. Okay. Mostly stuff I don't know much about. So the ones that I do know about that I could read, I could do Sonic the Hedgehog. I know about Sonic the Hedgehog. I guess maybe the Star Wars one, although again I haven't watched Clone Wars, so maybe not that one. I could do I haven't watched WandaVision, and it's only those two. If we're just going for stuff that I've read or that I'm familiar with. So, I don't know what you guys are thinking. I'm thinking Sonic the Hedgehog, personally. By Liexlu. I don't know. I'm very... Like, Sonic the Hedgehog is one of those things that I'm aware of, and I know a lot about it to some extent, but at the same time, I don't know much at all. What are the tags on that one? Okay, Teen, FM, creator chose not to use art warnings, Rouge the Bat, X Shadow the Hedgehog, E123 Omega. That's like a robot character, right? You vote Sonic? Yeah, I'm feeling Sonic. Original child character. Okay. Team Dark, Sonic the Hedgehog. Family Fluff, Protective Dadao. Oh my god, wait. Is this gonna be like Rouge the Bat and Shadow the Hedgehog have a child? Oh my god. I'm so into this now. Protective Dado. Father-daughter. Oh my god, yes it is. Married couple. Fear, craziness, fluff, and excitement ensues in the hours leading up to the birth of Rouge and Shadow's second child. Oh my god. Second child, though. There's two of them. Ooh, okay. I'm getting excited for this one. This one might be a lot of fun. Set in the same universe as The Impossible Child and The Gift. I'm assuming that's the other person's fix. Let me double check on that. I want to say that's what that is. Yeah, okay. So they have a whole... Man, they have a whole universe here. So they've banged at least twice. They have banged at least twice. Rouge has gotten that sweet, I don't know what hedgehog penises are like. I don't think they're barbed like a cat's, so maybe it wasn't too bad. Oh, echidnas are the ones that have the weird penises. That's right. Okay. I'm just talking about it from like a biological perspective. Strictly biological. Anyway. Those that follow my oh shit, they have a Twitter. Jewelin History 1 know that I have two Shadoosh fan kids. Here's a story about how the second one was born. Enjoy. Chapter 1. The boring part. Oh my god. Oh shit, is this Sonic X Shadow? No, it's not. It's Shadow X Rouge the Bat. It is not gay, unfortunately. I apologize. It is at the very least heterosexual. And we're gonna get some nice birthing action, I think. How do bats give birth? We need to know this. I need to know how they... I'm assuming they give birth the way a normal... How... Okay, I'm so curious. I need to know what the actual, like, stuff is for this. Hold on. I'm weird. I need to know the actual science. Bat. Hello. Tell me about the reproduction of bats. I'm assuming it would depend on the bat itself. Okay, I've googled hedgehog penis. Chapelmon, you're doing the Lord's work. Thank you. Thank you for looking that up for me. Look, this is important stuff. I need to know. This hurts my soul, lol. Aw, I'm sorry. Maybe we can read a Shadow X Sonic fic to make up for you. To make it up, I mean. Okay, here we go. Most bat species are polygynous, where males mate with multiple females. We can use this moment to learn about bat sex. Let's go. Let's see. Male pipistrelle, noctule, and vampire bats may claim and defend resources that attract females, such as roost sites, and mate with those females. Males who are unable to claim a site are forced to live on the periphery, where they have less reproductive success. Promiscuity, where both sexes mate with multiple partners, exists in species like the Mexican free-tailed bat and the little brown bat. There appears to be bias towards certain males among females in these bats. In a few species, such as the yellow-winged bat and spectral bat, adult males and females form monogamous pairs. Lek mating, which when males aggregate and compete for female choice through display, is rare in bats, but occurs in the hammerhead bat. Okay, so it sounds like bat reproduction is varies dependent on the bat, which makes sense because bats have quite a variety, you know. For temperature living bats, mating takes place in the late summer, early autumn. Tropical bats may mate during the dry season. After copulation, the males may leave behind a mating plug to block the sperm of other males and thus ensure his paternity. Ooh, that's lovely. So their sheath is in the middle of their penis and it looks like a belly button. Thanks. Wonderful. We're learning so much, folks. This is why I do the fanfic stuff, so we learn about bat sex. It's lovely. Thank you for not including something that has... Oh, okay, I see. So that's their pee-pee. Okay. They look so cute. Okay, I'm putting this up here, not because... But, like, look at how cute this guy is. Look at him. He's so adorable. Oh, look at the cuties. Look at the cuties. I love them. Anyway. So, interesting that they have mating plugs. What the... God, you came at either the best time or the worst time. Okay, so context. By the way, people, hold on, let me shout you out here, guide. The exposed penis itself looks rather small. Oh, well, depending on how Rouge likes it, that might be a little upsetting. But who knows? Hi, guide. So we are doing, this is my fanfic liveread. And we've decided to read a Sonic the Hedgehog fanfic. And the one we're reading, hold on, let me finish your shout out. Thank you. Also, what the frick are we talking about? We are talking about bats and hedgehogs and how they reproduce. Is how we're talking about. But we're talking about it because, so the way I do my fanfic reads is I will like go to like the new fics and then I'll like scroll through them, and if I see a fandom that I know a little bit about or like a lot about, I'll click on it and read it. And read the fic. So the lucky winner for now was Sonic the Hedgehog, and it's a Rouge the Bat Shadow the Hedgehog ship, and it's basically a fic about how Rouge the Bat is birthing their second child, and I immediately was like, okay, but how does this work? So I started researching bat reproduction, and then Chapo Mon decided to look up what a hedgehog, well, you know, what theirs looks like, because you're thinking, like, how does this work mechanically, like, you know, for science. It's all about the science. That's the most important part. Hold on, fanfics, yeah, we're talking about fanfics, guys. I'm really happy about it. I don't know about you, I was taught about the Jets and the Charmies, not the Rouge and the Shadows. Does it even count for Shadow? He even a biological hedgehog. Oh, that's right. I guess he's not. I don't know much about... okay, I clicked on Sonic the Hedgehog because, like, I know enough to, like, kind of pass by and, like, kind of get who people are talking about, but I also just know... I know just little enough that I get confused sometimes about some of the greater lore. And my throat hates me for some reason, which is great for a live read, you know? Ugh, okay. Yeah, so we were talking about fanfic, and we just were talking about bats. Apparently, fun fact, bats are typically polygamous, and it depends on, like, the species. And also, there are bats that leave behind a mating plug, which is actually not that uncommon in a lot of different animal species, especially in animals who do a lot of polygamy and where males are super competitive about which females get to breed with who. Mating plugs are fairly common. So that's actually not too strange in terms of, like, animal reproduction. Like, that's not that weird, but spiders even sometimes will have mating plugs. Fun fact. So there's an odd looking penis for European hedgehogs, but they're hold on, I reread this. So there is an odd looking penis for European hedgehogs, but therefore the average looking hedgehog that comes to mind, it looks like a small red dove. Oh. Well, I mean, depending on how big, like, depending on the bat that Rouge is supposed to be, that could be either just right or very disappointing. You know what I mean? There's a lot of, or too big. Because I feel like there definitely are bats that are smaller than a hedgehog. There are some small bats out there. Oh my gosh, I need to clear my throat. Is the capability in the bedroom an essential part of the ultimate life form? I mean, I did forget. Shadow is supposed to be ultimate life form. That's so weird. Oh my gosh, the hedgehog lore is, oh my god, it's so crazy. Which is why I like reading these fics, because, like, it gets so squirrely in a really funny way. So, you know what? This is the series franchise that allowed Princess Elise of the Humans to revive a dead Sonic with True Love's kiss. So, yeah. Gotta love Sonic 206. Also, I need to lower my voice because I don't know how much the other people who are living with me can hear me. And I probably shouldn't be yelling about hedgehog penis this loudly. Pictures on Google mostly show a small red nub, except for the slightly odd and longer looking ones for a European one. Maybe Shadow's a European hedgehog. Oh, maybe. Okay, well, anyway, enough about actual biological bats and hedgehogs. Let's talk about the weird ones. Okay, chapter 1, the boring part. For the last time, Shadow... Oh, hold on. I'm really bad at voice acting, so sorry if I don't have that down pat. For the last time, Shadow, I'm fine. The bat paced back and forth across the bedroom floor. Her husband, who'd been following her around for almost 4 hours, reluctantly backed away from her. It was 11 o'clock on a Wednesday. Usually, the couple would have been curled up together in bed around this time. They were already dressed for the occasion, with Rouge in her silken nightgown. Of course, she wears a silken nightgown. And Shadow in a pair of soft lounge pants. Okay, it's so weird to think that Shadow wears, like, pants to bed when he's literally naked all the time. Like, you know, I mean, I guess it's kind of like the logic of, like, at least when, like, Donald Duck goes to bed, he's, like, wearing, like, a night shirt. So it's like he's wearing his sailor gown, but, like, you know what I mean? Like, why is he wearing pants? Why doesn't he wear pants all the time? Oh my god. If I didn't have homework, I'd help you with the voice acting. Oh, thank you, guide. I appreciate it. Maybe one of my other fanfic streams, if you wanted to, we could coordinate and then you could help me read it. That would be fun, I think. I can do a decent Shadow. Ooh, nice. I also stumbled across a kid and a penis. Yeah, sex with knuckles was interesting. Yeah, they have, like, multiple, which, you know, I mean, good for them, I guess. Chapel 1, here I come, rougher than the rest of them, best of them, tougher than leather. Oh my god. I mean, you know, this fanfic stream I expected would have gotten a little lewd eventually. Anyway, but neither of them was thinking about sleep at the moment. Shadow sat on the edge of the mattress, his pupils darting back and forth in time with his wife's movements. She shut her eyes tightly and began to take several deep breaths. She rubbed her hand over her swollen abdomen in a circular motion. In the corner of the room, the gigantic E-Series robot beeped loudly, signaling that his stopwatch was beginning to count down. The hedgehog tensed. She's having another contraction. Why? Just why? Look, we had to read a Sonic fic at some point, so this is the one we're going with, okay? Beggars can't be choosers. Rouge paused momentarily, leaped over, a pathetic whimpering escaping her lips. Although faint, Shadow could see her belly tightening beneath her nightgown. God. Can't believe I'm reading this. He knew from the childbirth courses they attend her uterus was. Didn't you already have another child, Shadow? Like, this is your second one. I would hope that you would remember, at least passingly, how birth works. Okay. They attended that her uterus was squeezing so their son could be born. I don't know if that's how I describe it, but okay. It was a perfectly natural thing that happened to women's bodies. But like many things in nature, it wasn't exactly pleasant. Yeah. Labor is not fun. I've never been in labor before, but you know, it's definitely a time. Hold on, I gotta look at chat. It's been flipping out, so I probably missed a couple. OMG, I love a little, sorry for the, still no Chapel of Champion Iris, but Champion Diantha comes out next week, so it's pretty exciting, haha. Oh my gosh, I missed a couple things. How is Pokemon Master's Guide? One penis, 4 heads. Thank you for the updates, Chowmon, keep them coming. Oh god, what did I come back to? I don't know. A biology lesson. Yes, that is what we came back to. And I'm looking forward to the Alola event. OMG, I love Alola. I want to stream Pokemon Moon so bad. Yeah, Pokemon Moon is a good one. Alola, Gen 7 was really fun. I like Gen 7 a lot. OMG, Chabon, Stars, I'm gonna be down solid, frail, like the rest of the independent since my first test feel the right, then the worst left. OMG. I can never hear Knuckles' theme the same way ever again. Oh boy. The problem is the writer doesn't know how anything works. To be fair, it sounded legit to me. I'm so excited the Alolan Protag's will keep coming with the Gen starters. 7 stars. It's long overdue. Yeah, we haven't seen much of the Alola crew in Masters, I don't think. I don't really play it too often though, so that's my impression. Anyway, back to the fic. I will keep trying to, sorry, I'm aware that, like, I'm missing stuff, so I'm trying to, like, glance here and then also glance at my computer, so, but if I miss something, once again, let me know, because I'm looking at mobile mostly now. We were talking about birth. After almost an eternity passed, Rouge took one final exhale. She gingerly patted her stomach before winking at her robot companion. Omega, stop the timer. Affirmative. This one lasted 1 minute and 53 seconds. Another beep went off, this time tracking the downtime between contractions. Shadow practically leaped from the bed to give Rouge a comforting embrace, her baby bump pressed into his torso, as it often did nowadays. I mean, I'd hope so. She's probably like, okay, here's a better question. What is the, what is it called? Oh my god. The amount of time it takes for a bat to, like, gestate. Gestational period. That's what I'm looking for. Oh, interesting. Some females have delayed fertilization. That's cool. I think ducks have that too, where they can, like, control, like, they can, like, especially in species where, like, males will have sex with a lot of females. Females will, like, can store the sperm inside their, like, oviducts and then choose which ones. They can fertilize, they can, like, make better choices as to who fertilizes their eggs, which is really interesting. Does it say anything about their gestation? Okay, so they carry and give birth to a single pup per litter, typically. So if they have the sex typically in autumn and then the birth takes place in May, that sounds like about a 6 to 8 months gestational period. But I guess it depends on the species of bat. Okay, so I'd guess probably a slightly faster gestational period, but not as fast as I thought it would be, which makes sense. I think typically, this is like just an impression, but I feel like it correlates, gestational periods correlate to how many beings are given birth to per per gestation. So like, for example, rabbits and cats and dogs have shorter gestational periods because they give birth to like multiple litters of like they typically have more than one child per birth, whereas something like a bat only has one, so their gestational period is longer. I think that's how that works. I think that's how that correlation works. But that's just the thought. Not actually accurate. Don't quote me on that. The party. I'm so yep. Chat. Refreshed again. Hold on. Chat is happening, and I can't monitor it because it keeps freaking. Yep, it's his theme song about 5 months. Okay, yeah. So I guess maybe Rouge has only been pregnant for 5 months. But something tells me it was probably his author's thinking more like the normal 8-9 for humans. Should we go soon? The hedgehog glanced at his phone, which was charging on top of his nightstand. Rouge shook her head. Dr. Romero is just going to tell you the same thing he said the last time you called him. Shadow groaned. Don't bring your wife to the hospital until her crashes are a minimum 5 minutes apart. The one before came 15 minutes ago. The bat broke from her husband's arms. I think I'm ready for bed. She yawned and shook her head high over her head. Are you sure? Shadow trailed behind the bat, who slowly waddled off to her side of her head. Just call her Rouge! Stop calling her the bat! There's no other bat in this room. I hate it when fics do that. Just call her by her name, please. It's very annoying. Rouge smiled at the anxious hedgehog as she began to crawl under the covers. Shadow, babies take several hours to be born. It's probably better to sleep through the early boring parts. Again, I'm so confused why Rouge is talking to Shadow like this is their first child. Like, canonically, within the universe of this fanfic, they already have a kid. So, in theory, Shadow should be like, oh, I know how this works. At least vaguely. Boring. Since the contractions started during dinner, Shadow had been filled to the brim with nervous excitement. Realizing her husband was remotely ready to settle in for the night, Rouge grabbed his hand. Why don't you and Omega go check on Maria? But I must time your contractions. You can do that when I wake up. Rouge patted the robot's chest, causing a hollow metallic sound to ring out. Omega stomped towards the door. Come, Shadow, let us tuck in your offspring. Omega is by far the best thing about this fic to me so far. Like, he's pretty funny. And he's also very responsible, so, thumbs up for that. Make sure she's asleep. Rouge rolled over to her left side. It's a school night. Okay, wait. What school is their child going to? Is she going to like a human school? Or do they have like a school for all the Sonic animals? Like, do the Sonic animals all go to the same school? I must know. I must know. What kind of school are they going, or is it homeschooling? I feel like they would homeschool. That seems like makes more sense to me. Anyway, as much as he didn't want to leave, Shadow knew arguing against his wife was a lost cause. It didn't help that she gave him a pleading look, like a sad chow. Depends on the canon. Oh, does it? Okay. A sad chow. I know what that is. I know enough about what a chow is. Besides, she was right. Their daughter had started middle school a few days ago. Oh, okay, hold on. So she started middle school. So that means that she's at least, like 10 years old? 11? Yeah, I started, okay, yeah. So like 11, 12. So, they've been married for at least 10 years. 12 years. I mean, unless they had a kid out of wedlock, in which case, who knows? Well, is Maria a bat or a hedgehog? I don't know, guide. I guess we'll find out. Maybe a weird cross of the two? That's what my thought is. With a heavy sigh, the anxious hedgehog gave the bat a goodnight kiss on the cheek. Sleep tight, Rouge. Maria's room was the second door down the hall. Omega nearly trampled a few half-empty moving boxes on the way over. All the house's essential rooms were unpacked and furnished last month, leaving a bunch of bare hallways desperately waiting for some decorations. At least everyone has a bed to sleep on now, Shadow thought, remembering how Sonic's 4-year-old twins! Oh my god, Sonic has kids too! Wait, who's the other parent? Is it Amy? I hope it's not Amy. That would be kind of sad, because he doesn't like Amy, right? The whole deal. Unless their first child, Maria, is Maria Robotnik, did they adopt her? They might have. They might have adopted her. I don't know. I thought Maria Robotnik died. I swear to Arceus if it's Amy. I mean, that's the only other... There's not... I mean, look, unless it's an adopted thing and like... Ooh, look, okay, I'm gonna be getting my hopes up, but I'm kind of hoping that, like, Sonic's 4-year-old twins are, like, adopted and he's with Tails or something. Or, like, Knuckles. Like, he and Knuckles are married and, like, those are their 4-year-old twins that are adopted. That would be cool. We'll see, though. They might have made it Amy, and then I'll just be upset and be like, damn it. Like, come on. That's never... Look, I don't really care that much about Sonic, but, like, Sonic and Amy, what a sad pairing. Like, Amy clearly, like, Sonic clearly doesn't like her that way. Like, the idea that they'd be married is just kind of sad to me. Anyway. Nearly broke the mattress frame of the bed Rouge was now sleeping in. A soft light glowed through the cracks in Maria's door frame. Just as he suspected, she was still awake. She usually liked to stay up late, streaming TV shows on her laptop. Right when the hedgehog was about to turn on the knob, the E-Series robot blocked his way. Maria sounds troubled. Listen. Okay. I like Sally over Amy. It is a fanfic, though I would make sense for Shadow to name his first daughter Maria. Sonic / Knuckles. Sonic X Knuckles for the win. I swear to Iblis if it's Elise. Oh my god. That would be cringe if it was the human woman. I think that's who Elise is, right? From Sonic 06. Again, I have passing knowledge of Sonic. Shadow pressed his ear to the door. He could hear a muffled whimper, which soon grew into a series of quiet sobs. Suddenly, he was glad Rouge forced him to come near him. Omega, why don't you wait out in the hallway? Without protest, Omega opened the door for his longtime companion. Carefully, Shadow stepped into his daughter's room. Her dirty clothes from earlier today were strewn about the floor, along with her already overstuffed backpack. Also, Shadow, why didn't you knock? You should knock on your daughter's door before you enter. The wall decorations are pretty typical for a 12-year-old girl. Okay, she's 12. Mostly posters from a bunch of punk bands and pop idols Shadow never heard before. A display hung over her desk of the ribbons and medals she'd won in gymnastics over the years. No doubt she'd have her first gold up here before the end of the year. The instant he stepped on the hardwood floors, the sobbing noises ceased. Maria's ears poked out from underneath. Ears poked out. Okay, so I don't think she's human, because her ears probably wouldn't be that prominent. Maria's ears poked out from beneath her hot pink comforter. When she noticed her father's presence, she rolled over in bed to face the wall. By the way, is like the whole thing I'm reading on screen right now? I'm like nervous that I'm cutting off what I'm reading. Okay, I don't think I am. Let me also check chat because I think I missed it. Chapman's just laughing. Okay. It is very funny. This fic so far. The instant he stepped on the hardwood floors, the sobbing noises... Oh, I already read that. When she noticed her father's presence... Blah, blah, I already read that too. Go away, she groaned. I'm sleeping. Shadow raised his brow. With the lamp on? No answer. The preteen just hugged the blankets closer to her body, refusing to give her father any eye contact. Whatever was bothering her was something she likely wasn't in the mood to discuss. But that wasn't going to stop Shadow. The hedgehog nudged... Shadow, the hedgehog, nudged the bat's shoulder. The bat! So Maria is a bat. Okay. Wait, but like, what about Hedgehog? Is she also part of Hedgehog? Guns of Roses says you're good. Okay, good. Glad. I'm glad that we're okay. No answer. I read that. A few silent seconds passed. Afterward, the young bat sat up in bed and stared at her dad. Damp streaks were visible on her cheeks, confirming that she'd been crying. Mom's not gonna die! What? Maria whispered. Her bottom lip began to quiver slightly. Why would she think that she's gonna die? Is it because of childbirth? What? Oh, well, I guess we'll find out. Alarmed by her question, the hedgehog sat down beside her on the bed. Where would she get an idea like that? With those words, Maria's quivering lips broke into loud sobs. Shadow's paternal side quickly took over, and he pulled his daughter into a hug. He started to rub her back, just as she did when he was a baby. So, like, would you describe Shadow the Hedgehog as a fatherly person? I don't know if I would. I guess maybe he's, like, maybe he's a father figure the way that, like, I don't know, Wolverine might be. You know, that kind of father. I don't really feel like he'd be, like, a good parent. I don't know. Again, I am somewhat ignorant to Sonic to some extent, so maybe I'm wrong and I've misjudged. No, but then again, I never would have described Vegeta as a fatherly figure. Fair enough. Fair enough. Good point. Okay. That's when it dawned on him. Nearly 13 years ago, when he returned from a 2-week-long mission, Rouge suffered severe complications with her first pregnancy. Maria had to be delivered 2 months early by emergency C-section. A hard lump formed in Shadow's throat. Had Omega not rushed the bat to the hospital in the nick of time, she and their daughter likely wouldn't have made it. He wouldn't have had his lifelong companion by his side, nor would he have had this incredible young girl resting her head on his white patch of chest fur. And he certainly wouldn't have had the unnamed baby boy growing in his wife's belly. Oh, don't phrase it like that, please. Now, Shadow's dear daughter, the impossible child who defied the odds since the day of her birth, was scared of losing her mother. The worst thing was, Shadow didn't know how to make that fear go away. Granted, Rouge's current pregnancy had been pretty uneventful, but in the hours leading up to the birth, a whole multitude of complications could arise. Their son's black arm's DNA cast a dark cloud of uncertainty over everything, even when things were going smoothly. I don't know, sweetheart, Shadow whispered. What I do know is that your mom was one tough woman. Whatever happens, she's gonna find a way to pull through. You think so? Maria sniffed. Shadow brushed his fingers through his daughter's bangs. I know so. That's when the young bat gave her dad a crooked grin. A few tears still slipped from the corner of her eye, but she barely even noticed. Figuring things would be fine for the night, Shadow gave his daughter a kiss on the forehead. But just as he opened the door, he heard Maria clear her throat. Dad, I know that Mom wants me to go to bed, she chirped. The hedgehog nodded. The thing is, Maria glanced up at the ceiling, I'm really not that tired right now. My name is Celestial Ludenberg, with the... What is that? It has been blocked. Are you trying to post a link in chat? It looks like you might be trying to post a link. So I have, I have my chat set so that if, you are trying to post a link, you have to be a VIP to do that. And I'm doing that just to prevent people from, like, spamming chat with any links, and also because people can, like, link to weird stuff that is, So I prefer for my links to only be people who are VIP or people I trust, I guess is what I'm trying to say. So don't take it the wrong way. But if you could just tell me, like, what you were, if you could tell me, like, what you were trying to link to me, maybe I can, like, give you my Twitter handle and you can DM me the link, and then I can maybe post it in chat for you, or get it up on the screen for you if that's what you want. But I would ask that you just explain what the link is so I know, and then you can then DM me on Twitter if you have that, or on Discord. I'm on Discord as well. Okay. This is why I need Discord, so people can post links and then I can post them here. I'm working on it, though. I am working on Discord. We're not there yet, though. Shadow smiled as she realized what his daughter wanted. You want me to stay up and watch a movie with you? Oh, okay. I did not scroll. Shadow smiled as she realized what his daughter... Oh, I already read that. She nodded eagerly and jumped off the bed to grab her laptop. That's where attention turned to the large hunk of metal waiting out in the hall. Omega can watch too if he wants. The robot didn't even hesitate to offer. Only if I can pick the film. You're going to have to wait a little while for the baby, unfortunately. The story wound up being longer than I expected it to be. There'll probably be 2 more chapters after this. Oh, boy. Well, okay, so we got a little taster. So I will say out of the fics we've read so far, I do think this one has the best prose out of the 3. Still not super great. I do not like the fact that they have this weird aversion to, like, using pronouns, which I find kind of strange and always frustrates me. I think it's very distracting when authors just don't use pronouns when they could. I mean, there are creative ways not to use them, but here is just not really that what I was thinking. I can't really speak to how in canon these characters are, because even though I do know Sonic, I'm not really sure. Sonic, like Shadow the Hedgehog is, from my impression of him, he's kind of more, grumpy and edgy and dark, so I don't really know. His character doesn't really seem to reflect how I imagine him from what I've played and what I've seen. Shadow is discount Vegeta. Okay. Good way to think about it. Okay, so like so if I'm thinking about him as like Vegeta, then like I don't really get that sense from this Shadow. He seems just kind of a normal dad, which okay. Also Rouge, like I don't know much about her, but she also doesn't really feel like the kind of person who's particularly motherly. Like isn't the whole thing is that she's like a spy or whatever? I mean maybe. I also don't know. I don't know. I feel like she'd be more snarky to Sonic about, like, Sonic, to Shadow about how, like, oh man, you're so worried or something like that. A product of the time of his creation. Yeah. So, also, I do really wish they had described Maria a lot more. You know, like, she says she's a bat, so I'm assuming she takes more after Rouge. But, like, it's Sonic, it's Shadow, and I keep saying Sonic, I mean Shadow. It's Shadow and Rouge's child. Like I have no conception in my head what that should look like, and I really wish the author had like given her any kind of description. I got the sense that she was, you know, I learned about her personality, but not so much what she looks like. And the only reason why I'm harping on that is just because, as far as I know, at least in the games, none of the Sonic casts have had children, so how does it work? How does it work? Is it like one of those situations where it's like a dog and a cat have a kid and they have like some dogs and some cats or something like that? Or is it like some little weird, or is it like Shrek logic where it's like Donkey and the dragon had children and then they had weird donkey dragon hybrid children? Like what universe, what laws are we using for how these animals hybridize, you know? I feel like if I were to portray Shadow hugging his daughter, I would write him going, if I hug you, will you shut up and go to bed? Yeah, like that's the kind of father I would imagine him to be. He'd be a lot more gruff, a lot less loving, unfortunately. He'd be a lot more tough love kind of guy. Like Wolverine, you know? Like the way Wolverine interacts with younger kids. That's kind of how I imagine a shadow type would interact with his child. And not this. This seems a little weird. And yeah, so I feel like if I'm thinking about this like as Shadow the Hedgehog fan, I feel like I'd be kind of disappointed in how this fic portrays Shadow. I feel like they're not willing to make him kind of angry. Like if this, like why not just make it like Sonic or something? Sonic feels like a way more interesting person to like base to like have it be your I'm married with kids kind of, because like Sonic has such frantic energy. It'd be very interesting to see what he does. Like okay, imagine like you have Sonic, who's like, you know, gotta go fast energy type of guy. And then you have like maybe either his father, even like one of his, like depending on who the other parent is in the situation, or even not parent, just other person in the household. Like Tails, oh my god, if Tails was the father, Delphi would write him as like he would like have all these gadgets that would like help him with the parenting. Like he'd have a diaper changer. He'd have a robot that does the diapers. And no one else has to do it. He'd be like, I've made it so efficient. Like, it does it in like 5 seconds. And no mess or something. You know, like that kind of thing. Or like Knuckles. I mean, I guess it depends on what context of Knuckles you're talking about. I know the Sonic Boom incarnation of him is a literal dumbass. He's a literal himbo. And so he would be like just unhelpful in every situation. Although I do think I'd find a funny joke where like he's able to understand the baby talk, like he can talk to a baby and like make a really intelligent conversation with the baby. That's what I would do too. I think that'd be funny. If it's like pre-Boom Sonic, I mean Knuckles, he's just kind of a cool guy, I guess. So I don't really know how I would characterize him as a dad. I don't know. I feel like Shadow has potential to be hesitant to show sensitivity, so like that could be an interesting character to show his parent. Yeah, like I'm not saying that like Shadow you can't make it interesting. Like I think you could. I just don't think this fic does that. I think it's just like family and like come on, give me some drama. Like yeah, giving birth is dramatic, but also the way that the fun part about situations like this, like giving birth, is such a momentous occasion, and it can give you ways to have your characters interact in really interesting ways. So, this is not what I expected. Hi, Garjack, how you doing? Let me Let me give you your boost, bro. Let me just pull up some stuff. Yeah, so we're reading some fan fiction right now, and we're talking about Shadow the Hedgehog and Rouge the Bat having kids, and whether or not this fic succeeds in doing that. I'd say it does not. Excuse me. Oh, geez. I have a lot of notifications on Discord. People are trying to reach out to me, and I'm busy. Sorry. Whoops. Okay. We'll say hello to we'll do it in a moment. Where is your stuff here? Hello. Okay, so my pal Gardrak here has been falling on hard times and needs some. Oh my god! Yay! Someone redeemed it. Okay, sure, I can read that. Before we'll be probably the last fic for the night because my throat's getting a little weird and I don't want to go too late because I do have to get up, tomorrow, obviously, and I go to bed at 11, and it's like almost 10 now, so yeah. But let me just quickly copy and paste some links. So the Gardrak who's in chat right now, you just got so nervous? Why'd you get nervous? What's up? I was a trash star. Oh my god, is it your fic? Oh my god. Guide, you're so okay. First of all, very brave. Second of all, don't worry, I'll be very I like to think I'm a very fair critic. I'll try and go a little easy on you, but if you do want honesty, I will give you honesty. Whatever you want. You're brave for putting that out there. I would only ever show anything I wrote on stream if I felt confident about it, that I was like, oh, this is pretty good. Like, I feel confident about this. Like, there's some fanfic I would put up here to read for you guys that I feel I stand by pretty strongly. But there are definitely some that I'm like, no, we're never showing that on stream. X, no. All right. Do you want me to like block out your names or anything? Do you care if people know that this is your writing? I mean, I guess if you linked it, you don't care, but just want to make sure. I want to protect your privacy. Oh, by the way, Gardrak is currently in a tough financial situation, so if you can pass on some bucks to them via any of the links I just posted in chat, feel free to do so. They really need the help. I think it's got my internet name anyway, but even if it's not, it's fine. Okay, as long as you're comfortable. I mean, granted, you did post it in chat, so you do seem pretty comfortable, but even so, I do want to remind you that if you want it to be a little harder for people to find it later, I can help with that. Okay. All right, cool. So I'll be gentle. I promise. No, okay, never mind. I should have said that. Woof. Okay. I'll be a fair critic, I promise. I think I can be fair. I won't trash you. I will make comments where I think they are appropriate. The internet can be a cruel place. Just go for it. It's fine. Phrasing, haha, yeah. I just realized I was like, that was bad phrasing on my part. Sorry. Okay. All right. Oh, we're going to freaking vintage here. We're on fanfiction.net. Ooh, I'm so excited. Okay. Let's see. Espion's Goodbye. When was this written? Oh, not too long ago. Okay. You're still posting to ff.net in 2019. I'm very proud of you, guys. After V, is this manga? Is this the manga thing? I don't know much about the Pokemon manga. I know Pokemon, but I don't know much about the manga. After V finally succumbs to the side effects of Team Rocket's experimentation, Bill finds himself in charge of his funeral. Oh boy, this is gonna be sad, isn't it? Most importantly, this means keeping an eye on Red, who's still emotionally shattered. That means that when a former Rocket admin arrives uninvited, Bill's job is to somehow prevent the champion from seeking revenge on those responsible for his death. Okay. Author's note. I initially wrote this fanfiction for a Pokespee writing event. The prompt was to make the setting a formal event, such as a wedding, a prom, a ceremony, or in this case here, a funeral. That's what I came up, so I hope it's to your liking. Side note, in this work, the male grandson of Professor Oak will be named Blue, and the female trainer with a Blastoise will be named Green. I understand that these names are often switched, but keeping it this way makes it less of a headache for me to write. That is all. I hope you enjoy. Okay, so just as a disclaimer, I don't know much about the manga, so I will not be able to rate this in terms of, like, accuracy or canon compliance. But to be fair, I personally, canon compliance is a weird thing for me with fanfic, because I think you can break canon in a fanfic, totally. You know, you can break the toolbox. It's fine. I just think it needs to be motivated, right? A motivated break. And I feel like sometimes, like when people, like for example, that Shadow and Rouge fic we read, I would say that like if you're gonna make Shadow like not Shadow, then you might as well not write a fic with Shadow in it. You know what I mean? Like I advocate for people to write things like if it's breaking canon so much that it becomes original, then just write your own original fic. You can do that. You can write original work. So I'm not going to be a stickler for that, is what I'm trying to say. Canon compliance to me is very wobbly, and I can be a stickler for it if the fic feels like it's trying to be a stickler. Like if it's trying to be canon compliant, then I might care. But if it's not, then I might not. So it depends. Anyway, long story short, when I'm reading this, I'm going to probably be looking more at like grammar and like plot and how that works. Characterization, that kind of stuff. General writing tools. Anyway, what's chat saying? What about a headcanon compliant? Well, you see, headcanon is what's in your head, so that's totally fine. If you have a different interpretation of a character, I think that's totally valid. I know one of my friends, she's writing a fic that's like taking a dark take on certain aspects of the fandom that we're writing for. And she's going to reinterpret a character to sort of be their darkest self. And I think that that's very valid if you want to reinterpret a character. But again, I'd say that that's like motivated in a way that sort of, it's like a deconstruction of the character rather than just, he's just mean for no reason, you know? Anyway. Dearly beloved, thank you for joining me today. Mr. Fuji somberly placed his hand on a small mahogany coffin, no longer than 1 meter in length. Ooh, okay. From his station off to the left of the House of Memories, Bill couldn't see past the celebrant's back among the Sinnoh lilies. The quivering, sorrowful reverence in his voice was unmistakable, even among the sobbing of several congregation members. He couldn't help but spare a glance at Yellow, fighting to hold herself together in the front row. Part of him wanted to cross the aisle and hold her close, to tell her that nothing about V's passing had been her fault, that it was okay for there to be some things even she couldn't heal. Okay, so my immediate weakness right now is that, no, this isn't on you, guide, I don't think, because I think this is the nature of fanfic. You know, when you read something that's meant to be based on something you're not familiar with, I think it's totally reasonable to not have to explain certain things to people. Like, for example, like, I don't really know who Yellow is as a character. Like, I don't know who they are. I don't know what they look like because I've never read the manga. So I don't really know why. Like, for example, a question I would have is, like, why does Bill think that Yellow, like, feels that way and that kind of stuff. But if you are familiar with the manga and you know these characters, and I'm assuming that's like a natural thing that you would come to think of. So, part of my instinct has been like, we should establish the characters a little more. But at the end of the day, but I also know that, like, part of that's because I don't really know these people very well, but I know that the people who'd be reading this would be coming in with their own, would probably already know who these people are on a base level and would understand what you're getting at. So, Daisy Oak, who's that? Is that so there's Professor Oak. Is that like his daughter? I'm not sure. An oak. Okay. Gripped Bill's arm, sensing his urge to comfort. I know, she whispered. Me too. For a moment, Bill savored Daisy's touch, never judging, never scolding, but instead acknowledging and sympathizing. That said, priority number 1 was still ensuring that the funeral proceeded smoothly. No surprises. Yellow sorrow had to wait. Bill redirected his eyes to the Pokedex holders, seated together in the front row. Condolences from Hoenn had come in the form of 2 cards and a Pokegear call, but Ruby, Sapphire, and Emerald were too far away to attend. That left Gold, Silver, and Chris joining Green in the front row, all bowing their heads in reverence. Even Gold had traded in his usual rude nature for a more solemn demeanor. Yellow, manga OC, able to read Pokemon's thoughts and hear those. Oh, okay. Interesting. Thank you for the background information. Rival sister, I think, is Daisy. Yep, Blue says. Ah! That's not in the games, is it? If it's in the games, I'm gonna be very upset with myself. Like, how did I miss that? What the fuck? I even watched like the original anime. Like the first, like the OG, you know, Pokemon, gotta catch 'em all. That one. When I was little. Very little of it, though. IDK, who says her name, if anyone. It is in the game. Damn it! What the fuck? Which game is it in? I'm just gonna hide for a moment. Wow. Look at me. I'm a real Poke fan. The fact that I didn't know who Daisy was. Don't. Anyway, the one trainer Bill was truly concerned about sat next to his rival and best friend in the seat beside the center aisle. Red's eyes were invisible beneath the shadow of his hat, and his cheeks and mouth gave no indication of his emotions. Okay, hold on. I'm sorry, I need to meme for a moment. Wait a minute. Oh, I just realized, holy shit. I'm so sorry, everyone. I did not realize that I never actually brought the fic onto the screen. Wow. So sorry, everyone. That was up for way too long. I'm so sorry. But what was I gonna do? Okay, I was gonna... Hold on. Ash. Wait. Where's the one where he's... Where's that one meme where Ash is like the brim of his hat's down and he looks kind of weirdly upset? Like, that's how I'm imagining Red is right now. Okay, anyway. Every time you visit Kanto, haha, no worries, I don't fault you. I think it's just in the subtitles, or the rival mentions it when he says you can get a map from his sister. Oh shit, you're right. Oh my god. You're right. He does mention his sister. Oh my goodness. You're so right. Oh my god. She's just a one-off character with possibly no given names for every start of the first game, so like no, not big deal not remembering her. Okay, at least she's not a major character. So I'm okay with that. Woof. I'm good. Okay. Back to the fic. He hadn't spoken a word since his beloved Espeon had died. The boisterous, optimistic champion of the Indigo League was gone. The Red that remained was practically unrecognizable. A blanket of numbness secluded this Red from the rest of the world. Both his signature smile and his cheerful attitude were nowhere in sight. Bill could almost picture the memories Red and V had shared together, dancing around his mind, each one stinging more than the last. Daisy Oak squeezed Bill's arm even more. Is Red? Of course, Bill said in a hushed voice. Your brother's with him. I don't know what accent that's supposed to be. Imagine it's Bill. Sure enough, Blue Oak was tense, almost immune to his own emotions. His eyes remained trained on V's coffin, but his right hand shifted in his pocket anxiously, ready to unleash a Pokemon at a moment's notice. At a funeral? I mean, I guess that makes sense for Blue. He's just, we're battle right here, right in front of V's dead body. Hold on one second. Oh, okay, never mind. I thought someone was knocking on my door, but it was not that. Okay, continuing. Where was I? Daisy spared a short smile. Why does he always think he can fix everything with a fight? He knows what a conversation is, right? Bill returned the smile and placed a finger on his mouth. So far, the funeral had gone without a hitch. The gym leaders were doing a good job keeping the uninvited newcomers at bay outside the House of Memories, and the opening rituals had gone smoothly. Green was all set to sing the classic farewell song, The Time Has Come, after Mount Fuji's rituals, a song she had been rehearsing for ages. If I remember, she got bigger on the manga. Yeah, I get that feeling. So far, the prose is fairly good. I would say a little bit, I'm an editor, so I'm constantly like, we can trim this. And we can make it a little bit better. We can remove a word here. We can summarize a sentence there. But for like, I don't know how long you spent on this guide. But for a fanfic, I think it's fairly good. In terms of prose. I'm trying to like be fair. I'm trying to be as fair as possible. When I say for a fanfic, I don't mean that to mean in a disparaging way. I say that more because I understand that, fanfic is typically made like, as a hobby. Most of the authors are typically amateurs. They're not going for published work. Like if this was like, this is I'm comparing more to like published works where it's like you have editors and you have like you go through like tons of drafts and that kind of stuff. Like that's kind of what I mean when I say for a fanfic. That's kind of the I feel like there's different standards I have to set for that in compared to something that's published, if that makes sense. Yo, trash it if you like, I got dolled up, I might as well dance. No, I don't want to trash you like too much. You know. I don't want to call you out. I mean, like, again, I've definitely read worse, is I guess what I'm trying to say. What's most interesting to me is sort of the different, like, regions and the way that the Pokemon world, like, I like how this fic is investigating sort of how the Pokemon world, or people in the Pokemon world would warn someone, and how they would do their, rites of passage, for funerals. I'm imagining if this is the, I don't know what region this is. I think it was the Indigo League, because it's Red's V's Pokemon. So I imagine a lot of this is informed by Shintoism too, which is really interesting. You don't really typically see Shinto rites in a fic. But I don't know, maybe it's not. You can let me know after I've read the fic guide what your thoughts are on that, or what your inspirations and or any research you did. Anyway. Mr. Fuji cleared his throat, stroking the coffin gently. As Pokemon have protected us, so too must we protect them. With this final resting place for our beloved V, carefully crafted, we call to mind the protection V has offered his trainer, Red, and the protection V received in return with his Pokeball. As V partook in the mutual love and protection with his trainer, so may we be the final protection for V with his coffin. May he rest in safety and comfort on his journey into the next life. Also, very interesting thought that Pokemon have such an important place in this universe that they get funerals like this. Like, you know, if I think about, like, the closest analogy to a Pokemon is like a pet in the real world, right? And, you know, I've lost a pet, and, you know, while we, you know, have, I guess, like, we did cremate my old dog Chester, and we did spread his ashes, and we do have like memorial photos of him, but we never had a funeral, you know, like we never had a ceremony to send him off, as it were. So it's very interesting that, you know, the Pokemon world might have like, this kind of elaborate ceremony for a Pokemon. And I mean, like, I guess it depends on other cultures, you know. I know that, the old fact that Egyptians mummified their cats and buried them, and had very complicated rites for their cats, so it's not totally weird for pets to have this kind of reverence, depending on culture. Blue in the manga starts out like how he's portrayed in the games, but he eventually becomes a very serious-minded person. Oh, interesting. Yeah, I would imagine, I do wonder how different the characters are in the manga versus the anime versus the games. I feel like there's a lot of difference. How often do Pokemon die? Maybe it's a rare thing. Like, I've never seen a Pokemon being super old. Yeah, that's true. I don't know. I mean, Pokemon death is kind of vague in the Pokemon world. Like, in the games, obviously we know Pokemon die because, you know, Pokemon towers exist, and most of the grave sites and burial grounds that we go to in the Pokemon games do mention that people come there to, like, not only mourn the dead of like human dead, but also the Pokemon who have died. So obviously Pokemon do die, and you know, it's not really clear whether or not like battling would do that, because obviously they just faint, they don't actually die. Presumably they could get killed by another Pokemon. I mean, Pokemon do predate on each other. I think in the Pokedex, there are several Pokemon that, like, it's described that they do predate, like Wurmple gets predated on by Swellow, for instance. So, you know, I imagine they die normal deaths in that way, because they're like animals. And I mean, there are Pokemon that are presumably super old. Like, there's the, you know, Dialga and Palkia have existed since the literal beginning of creation. So they're like billions of years old at this point. Although normal Pokemon, I don't know, I guess it depends. There's an old Pikachu surfer in the anime. There's also an old Pikachu in Pokemon Coliseum. Team Rocket did kill that one Marowak in the games. Alder House had his sister starter die of old age. Yeah, I imagine old age is a thing that probably happens. I like the headcanon that the Pokedex is just whatever the player character made up when you first saw the Pokemon, because where does he get the information come from otherwise? Yeah, especially with the release of Pokemon like Dracovish, where it's clearly like not actually like, because for those of you who don't know or haven't played the newer games, because I know there are some people who haven't, in the newest Pokemon game, there's a Pokemon, there are fossils, 4 fossils, and basically you can combine them to create 4 different Pokemon. And the idea is that they're supposed to be like fake fossils, like, because like back in, you know, early paleontology, people would like create fake fossils to like get like attention or whatever. And these Pokemon are based on that. And when you look at the Pokemon, you can clearly tell that the parts aren't really like whatever they originally were. It probably wasn't that. And the Pokedex entries kind of express that. Like, you read the Pokedex entry and clearly this animal seems impossible to have existed. So because of that, it kind of to some extent proves the idea that like the Pokedex isn't really factual, at least not all the time. So it kind of gives itself an out. It's like, oh, this is kind of, you know, the Pokedex entry is to be taken. Pokedex entries are to be taken with a grain of salt, I guess, is the point I'm trying to make. And I would say that's in canon as well, because of Pokemon like Dracovish and Arctivolt and such. Where was I? I was talking about coffins. Okay. There was a tug on Bill's tuxedo sleeve. Oh my god, imagining Bill in a tuxedo. Oh, I thought this said Blue in a tuxedo. Bill, I can imagine in a tuxedo. He seems like the type who'd wear a tuxedo. I don't think Blue would. Honestly, I'm kind of imagining him right now just wearing his normal clothes. Like, maybe he has a tie on. But that's about it. Surprised, Bill turns to find Celio, an urgent look on his face. We've got a problem, Celio murmured. The Elite Four are here. It was Bruno's idea, apparently. The color drained from Bill's face. Where? They're in the Narthex. I don't know what that is. Erica's talking to them. Bill held Daisy's shoulder. Stay here and keep an eye on Red. Daisy nodded knowingly. Dang the luck. Dang it, Bill muttered, following Celio around the back of the congregation. All that time debating with the Indigo Association over whether they should attend or not. All the bureaucracy he had dealt with. The last thing you need right now is uninvited ex-criminals. Oh. What? Are the Elite Four part of what? I think I vaguely remember Sabrina being on the bad guy squad in the manga, but I was not aware that the Elite Four was part of that. Oh boy, okay. Surprise, I guess. For me. Mostly just me. Let me check chat here for a moment, because I think we might have missed some stuff, potentially. Or not. Elite Four, more like Illegal Four. Yeah, right? Totally. Ooh, totally. My throat is going. I don't know what the Narthex is. I'm very interested to find out what that is. At least we only gotta worry about one of them. Bill grumbled, remembering that both Sabrina and Lieutenant were out of the region for a tournament in Unova. They'd reached the double oak doors. Bill gave it a light push, but something pushed back. The Narthex of the House of Memories was unsurprisingly packed. Despite Blue's suggestion to make these funeral a private event with only Red's closest friends invited, the press simply could not keep themselves away from the champion's business. Ooh. Alright, so the Kanto Elite Four, Lowlight, Bruno, Adhika, Lance, straight up try to kill all of humanity to create a Pokemon-only paradise? What? What is going on in the manga? What the hell? Like, in the games, they're just people. What? Koga, Sabrina, and Lieutenant Church worked for Team Rocket, as did Will and Karen. So the Johto Elite Four, Will, Koga, Bruno, and Karen is made up of all reformed criminals. Good lord. That's nuts. That is so interesting. What? Man, okay. I guess I gotta keep that in mind when I'm reading this. What was I doing? Okay, annoyed, Bill gave it a little more effort, managing to inch the door just enough to see gym leader Erica's black kimono. Her back against the door, Erica turned her head just enough to see Bill give Bill an urgent glare. Keep this door shut. "No, I'm in charge of this funeral. Let me talk to him," Bill whispered. "Under no circumstances will I risk... Heck, Erica, I've gone toe-to-toe with Elite Four before." Bill bit his tongue before he could mention how unpleasant that experience had been. "Let me talk to him." A moment of hesitation, then the door swung open a little wider. Erica's kimono swept aside to reveal Bruno, his muscular body, covered with a dark t-shirt for once in his life. Oh, at least Bruno is modest when he's at a funeral. And Koga, who hadn't bothered to change out of his night black ninja uniform. Bill glanced around for the other two members. To his relief, Will and Karen were nowhere in sight. "We've come to pay our respects," Bruno whispered. "Listen, y'all, I appreciate it, but this is a private event. Invites only. I'm real sorry." Secretly, Bro prayed that Bruno would unleash a Hitmonlee on him again. Bruno took a deep breath. "Right, I understand." A sigh of relief escaped Bill's lips. "Thanks a bundle, y'all." As Bruno turned and left the building, Koga leaned in, I think that said? Yeah, leaned in. Excuse me, I read that wrong. The fic was right, not me. "Listen, can you deliver a message to Red for me? Tell him that I never meant for this to happen. I don't really think that Red wants to let him in." Bill would never have imagined that hearing Red's voice would send chills down his spine. Trembling, he turned back to the pews. Red stood beside I stood at the center aisle, fists clenched, lips pursed. I can read. His eyes remained hidden beneath the shadow of his hat, but Bill could have sworn he could have seen them burning like an inferno. Bill glanced towards Daisy, but he stood petrified. It was Blue who rose and grabbed Red's wrist. "Now's not the time, Red. Get off me." Red jerked his arm away. "Open the door, Bill." Bill's body went numb. "Red, if you're figuring on now." As if Red's fury took total control of his hands, Bill obediently opened the door a little wider. Gasps and whispers began to circulate the congregation at sight of Koga of the Elite Four. At last, Red raised his head, revealing his eyes, baggy with exhaustion and sadness, but trained on Koga like a sniper's scope. Koga's face went pale. Nightbot's just letting me know things. Koga's face went pale. He raised his hand defensively. "Whatever quarrel you and I have had, Red, it's just in the past." Not sure I'd say that in front of a guy whose mom you might have killed, Koga. Not a good look. I think. I don't actually know, but I'm going to assume based on context that that's what happened. So, not a good look, Koga. "Just in the past, huh?" Red let out an unsettling chuckle. I'm sure the Pokemon League let you think that it was just in the past, huh? The way they let you get off squeaky clean? Yeah, now it's just all in the past. Red took a step towards Koga that seemed to echo through the room. "All of it. All the Pokemon you stole for Team Rocket. All the horrible experiments you did. All the innocent Pokemon you tortured. My V, my Gyara. All of it's just in the past. That's it, huh? Oh, he's Gyarados. I'm assuming Gyara's a Gyarados. And not a day goes by when I don't regret..." "Shut up!" The guests were turning their heads away from the sight, fearful to meet the eyes of the champion, as his voice shook with rage. "You don't get to talk." "That's enough, Red," said Blue. "Screw you!" Red roared. "Oh, jeez." "We never meant for Pokemon to die," Koga retorted. "We were trying to make them stronger. Obviously that Eevee was an anomaly." "Koga, stop. You're not making anything better. Come on, buddy. What are you doing?" I think Red breathed through gritted teeth. "I think the only anomaly here was me showing up and exposing you to the world. That you tortured the innocent Pokemon. You tortured V. You think I was easy to live with that?" So Koga somehow still standing his ground. "I was following orders." Bro, that's like, you don't say that. That's not a good excuse. I said shut up. Sorry, I would yell and be more emotive, but also it's getting late and people might be disturbed, so I'm going to keep it a little quieter. So, sorry. In two brilliant bursts of light, the bulky Venusaur and the small but powerful Pikachu emerged from their Pokeballs, the same fiery wrath burning in their eyes. Somewhere, someone screamed. A thick, gnarled branch had burst out of the ground and wrapped around a woman, lifting her, writhing and kicking high into the air. "Oh shit! I'm loving how invested you're getting, haha." Yeah, no, I am. I'm trying to let the whole thing happen, and then maybe I can give my notes. I mean, so far, I'm okay. I am getting a little vested in it, so that's a good sign, right? With an unceasingly yelp, Bill dove behind a queue. Crunching loudly, more branches erupted from beneath the floor as Venusaur let out a mighty yet sorrowful roar, wrapping themselves around screaming guests and raising them into the air. Okay, I can give a note that's more critiquing. That's a very long, clunky sentence. A little bit. I would tweak that. I don't know how, but I would probably have given that a second look. Maybe try and condense it a little bit. Before he could react, Blue found himself wrapped in a twisted trunk too, the branches coiling around his arms and pinning him to his body. A chorus of surprised shrieks came from the crowd of the church as the Pokemon holders found themselves entangled in branches as well. Pokédex holders, excuse me. An immense tree trunk erupted from the front door, encasing Koga in its branches until only his head remained visible. The ninja wriggled and squirmed as much as his restrictions of the trunk would allow, but the branches remained immovable. As the crunching of bark subsided, Bill suddenly realized that he could still move. Branches hadn't even grazed him. Taking a deep breath, he looked around. The congregation had scattered, with the unlucky few now suspended in midair by twisted branches and tree trunks. As the crowd tried to push its way out, the press tried to push its way in, eager to be the first on this new development in the champion's emotional state. Mr. Fuji was nowhere to be found. I'm gonna take another drink, because my throat is not happy right now with me. Ooh. One of the things I don't like doing in fanfic, I don't do the fanfic streams so much, is just because it's a lot of reading, and my throat doesn't like me after reading for 4 hours straight, you know? Some of the thickest branches suspended the Pokemon holders from their ceilings, kicking and struggling. Smaller vines held together their wrists, their hands just inches away from their Pokeballs. Other vines tightening themselves around the trainers' mouths, gagging them so Red wouldn't have to listen to their pleas for him to do the right thing. Oh, Jesus! Red, you gotta stop! Their eyes pleaded for their tongues, widening in terror, but Red didn't give them a second thought. Bill spared a glance at Daisy. The roots hadn't touched her, but she had pinned herself against the wall, utterly terrified. Koga, on the other hand, had stopped struggling. He saw Red taking a heavy step toward him, his eyes wide in fear. Red, please, I beg you. Koga cut his words short with an excruciating scream. A sudden jolt of electricity squirting on right. Oh, shit. Red's gone. Red snapped. He's fucking snapped, guys. Venusaur thick. He's real thick boy, yeah. Oh my god. Jesus. Turning his head, he finally noticed Pikachu gripping his shoulder, teeth bared and tears welling up his eyes. Red's eyes no longer held the fire of fury. Instead, they were empty and emotional and expressionless, somewhat even more terrifying. Again, Red demurred. With screech of despair, Pikachu let loose another jolt. Koga writhed in agony as Red looked upon, apparently unfazed by the enemy's plane. Oh, jeez. Bill could barely make out Red's words. Now, for every ounce of suffering you put B through, you're gonna pay for it all in full. Oh, jeez. No. Koga coughed. Are you going to kill me? Something about the way Red's eyes narrowed in response to the chill down Bill's spine. It seemed to slip down his ribs into his heart. Seemed to awaken something inside him, a courage that he hadn't realized was there. Bill glanced at Daisy. He saw the same terror in her eyes, but there was also pity. She couldn't forgive Red for lashing out, but at the same time, Bill realized she couldn't blame him for how he felt. Before the cowardice in his mind could process it, Bill's hand reached Red's shoulders. Red, you don't want to do this. Stay out of this. This ain't justice, Red. It's you going wild, totally out of control. I'm fine, Bill. Bug off. I gotta say, bug off, kind of diminishes Red's whole anger a little bit. Not as a critique on you. I think it's just kind of funny. Red snapped, shrugging away Bill's hand. In the back of Bill's mind, something was trying to drag him back to safety, but he'd gone too far down this road. You ain't doing no one no favors, not even yourself. Real life don't always follow the script, remember? You can't blame Koga cause it's easy. Then who am I supposed to blame, huh? Red, please. Koga muttered, slowly regaining his bearings. You must let the blame go. We cannot continue passing the guilt around. So many of us share the burden of your Respion's passing. I already blame myself for participating in those experiments. I'm sure you can blame yourself for overusing... Only later did I find out I was allowed to say the F-bomb in the event. Oh. Yeah, well, sometimes F-bombs can be kind of... when you're writing, I think curses can be detrimental sometimes. So far this fic has not used any curses. And I think if Red just said fuck off, I think it would have been... I don't know how I'd feel about that. I think because you did not use any other curses throughout the entire rest of the fic, I think it would have been a little... I don't know. Weird, I guess. Or a little... I don't know. I guess... for me, I don't know, maybe I just would have said I'm fine, Bill. Maybe not have, either bug off or fuck off. I would just have him be, I'm fine, and then just shrug away. I think that's probably enough to emphasize Red's anger. there personally, but I think, but yeah, of course, if you wanted to have used curse words, I don't think that would have hurt the story at all either. I think it's just a matter of like keeping your tone similar. I think if you used like too many curse words, it might have been a little bit too gratuitous, etc. Curse words are like spices. You use them too much, it tastes weird. If you use too little, it can be I don't know. I don't know what I'm trying to say. Basically, what I'm trying to say is that like I don't know if a curse word would have necessarily improved it if considering the rest of the effects surrounding it. Where was I? Okay. I'm sure you blame yourself for overusing the EV's experimental powers. Red froze. Oh, Koga keeps digging. He just keeps digging his own grave. Like he's just getting a shovel and just digging it. Red froze. His fist tightened. His nails digging balls. Finish him, Pika. Oh my god. Holy shit. Red went off the deep end. Oh my goodness. No. For a moment, Bill tried to deny he'd heard Red say what he did. Finish him. Pika, no! Bill cried, rushing over to Pika and Koga's street-front prison. Don't do it, Pika. Were it not for the branches woven tight around their mouths, the Pokedex holders would be overbearing the room with their protests as well. They could do nothing but watch in horror. Koga cowered in anticipation of the brutal, fatal attack. Instead, Pikachu looked up at Red, puzzled. You heard me. End him. Now! Red's chest heaved in and out more rapidly now, but Pikachu did not lift a finger to harm Koga again. He clambered down the trunk, gazing back at Red with sorrowful eyes. I gave you an order, Pika. Pikachu turned away, shutting his eyes to keep in the tears. At long last, Red's eyes began to water. Fine then, Soar, crush him! He shouted desperately. Also, Red, very creative names you got here. You're really using that noggin. Love him. But Venusaur gave him the same puzzled, sorrowful eyes, backing away from the tree prison. You too? Red shook his head, trembling. I'm your trainer. You're really gonna pick him over me? Bill took a step back in his belief. Ain't no Pokemon that'll listen to a trainer they don't respect. No, Red murmured, going pale. No, they respect me. You respect me. You're gonna follow my orders, right? Soar, Pika, you're gonna... Aw. Red's realizing no one likes him anymore. Oh shit. Now Venusaur and Pikachu were crying despite themselves. They backed away from the stranger, who was their trainer, unwilling to obey his mad ravings. Now the tears came streaming down Red's face. Come on, you've got it. Red, look at him, Bill cried. This ain't what your Pokemon want. You think V would have wanted this? V is gone. At long last, the defeated champion dropped. I said that kind of like it was a happy day, like, V is gone, yay. You know what I mean. His teardrops shading the carpet, his sobbing echoing loudly through the house of memories. Ever so gently, the branches lowered throughout the room. As the Pokedex holders shook themselves from their bonds, they remained silent, both stunned and sorrowful. Yellow buried her face in the green shoulders, bursting into an uncontrollable fit of tears herself. The trunk imprisoning Koga slowly sank back to the ground, leaving a pit of torn carpet and splintered wood where it once stood. Koga let out a sigh of relief. All eyes remained focused on Red, the broken trainer weeping. Oh my gosh. Sorry, guys. There's some dog training happening in the background. Please ignore. The trunk imprisoning Koga slowly sank down to the ground, leaving a pit of torn carpet and splintered wood where it once stood. Koga let out a sigh of relief. All eyes remained focused on Red, the broken trainer weeping in the center aisle. Even Venusaur and Pikachu remained rooted in their positions, uncertain of how to comfort their grieving friend. Several minutes passed. Koga stepped forward. Is there anything y'all should go? Bill interrupted. Koga didn't protest. Quietly, he backed out of the door, silently closing it behind him. Bill set Red down on the pew, where Blue was waiting to help him, trying to keep his stern exterior. Even Blue, no matter how hard he tried, couldn't hide his compassion for his best friend's suffering. Venusaur and Pikachu finally came up to Red hesitantly. Pikachu crawled up onto his friend's shoulders, nuzzling him gently. For a moment, Red's hand came up to stroke him, before lowering back into his lap. How you feeling? Bill asked. Red didn't respond. His head was bowed, his hat still hiding his eyes. His lip was trembling ever so slightly. An arm wrapped around Bill's shoulders. He turned to look at Daisy in the eyes, both trying to keep their tears contained. Then Daisy turned away to gaze at Red. You know, Red, there's this old legend from Sinnoh. Red still said nothing. Daisy sighed, but continued. There are a lot of interpretations of the original text, but basically, if you thank a Pokemon for all it has done for you after it leaves this world, one day it'll come back. Suddenly Red stood and pushed his way past Bill. marching straight up to his Pokemon's coffin. The tears once again flowing freely, he complies on top of it, sobbing uncontrollably. Daisy placed her hand on Bill's shoulder. Should we bring him back? No, I'll give him time, Bill replied sadly. We'll pick up the service where he left off. Red's mouth formed words, but none came out. A silent eternity seemed to pass for the defeated champion. Mourning the silent eternity of his beloved V had entered. 2 silent eternities spent among those Sinnoh lilies. Cool, okay. Finished. Now I can tell you all my thoughts. So, certainly, probably one of the more interesting ones I've read this whole session of reading fanfic. Probably definitely one of the better prose-wise. Again, I would say some clunky sentences here and there. I'm not going to go into how I would fix it, because this isn't a editing seminar, and I don't want to waste anyone's time, or because especially since it's getting late for me, so I kind of want to wrap up soon. But just this feels like definitely the kind of project that could have seen like a couple more revisions, maybe. Lots of characters. Some of them I didn't know. Part of that I think is because I don't know the manga very well, but I can kind of hand wave that. And I don't really feel like that hurts the fic itself, I guess, because like if this was an original story with original characters, I would probably be like, maybe explain more about the characters and stuff. But if it's not an original fic, but since this is not original and it seems to be very canon compliant, I can kind of hand wave some of the lack of world building, as it were, because the world building's already been done for you, and that's kind of the charm of fanfic. Other things. It was very anime, which is, like, the idea of Red being so angry that he, like, has, like, his Venusaur, like, fucking, like, plantify the room and, like, trap everyone. I mean, Red from do I think it's something that Red would conceivably do? It's hard for me to say, because the manga version of him is probably very different from the anime / game version of him. Certainly I can see this happening in some sort of a shonen anime. Like, someone's so angry that someone died that they're like, I'm gonna kill you, Very shonen anime, which I think was your intent here. So that I liked. Other things. Oh, one thing I wanted to mention. So, Bill's accent. It wasn't too... So, one of the things that's kind of difficult in writing is when you're trying to phonetically spell out people's accents. A lot of people do that to try and, like, show what people's accents are. But I do think you might have pushed it a little too far, guide. I think it's kind of hard to explain, like, where the line is in terms of good phonetical, like, good writing, good like expressing an accent on paper. But I do know that typically people try to stray away from, like, really, like, spelling things certain ways. Like, I think this ain't justice and you don't, that's fine. I think the one part that, like, kind of was like, oh, was, like, when you spelled can't with, like, an I to say that you're supposed to run, like, you can't, like, with, like, sort of, like, that southern drawl. It wasn't too bad, and I know I don't know how experienced you are at writing. I'm not sure what your writing level is, if it's something you like to do a lot, if it's something you've done. Background on me, I actually went to school for creative writing, so I might be a little harsher than some other people. But typically with accent writing, with writing accents, the rule of thumb is to be, like, kind of subtle about it. Just because it can get kind of distracting if you really lay into it. I don't really think you did it. It was too bad here, but just a note. Typically what people will do is they will, like, sort of in the prose, like, point out that someone talks to the southern drawl, or maybe kind of outside of the dialogue note how accents work, and then maybe, like, word choices. That could also tip someone off to an accent, but typically it can be a little bit of a line, a little bit of a tightrope when you're writing accents phonetically. So just a writer note. Other thoughts. Well, I guess I kind of wish I knew more. I mean, this is kind of the problem with reading a fic for something that you don't know as much background information for. Because the real thing I would, like, honestly, like, if this was an original thing, I would be saying, man, I need more backstory. You know, I need to know more about these characters, how they're related to each other. Because as it stands now, unless you know a lot about the manga and you have the proper amount of context, a lot of stuff doesn't make any sense. You know, like, in fact, even simple stuff. Like, what was V and V's relationship to Red? You know, what kind of relationship did they have? Was it like, does Red have any regrets about like how he treated V? Was V very loyal? Were they not? Is his grief because, you know, V was very trusted? Was his grief more the variety that, like, you know, he wishes he could spend more time with V and they didn't have as strong of a connection? Like, is there a regret? Is there not? You know, that kind of stuff. Again, because I don't know the manga, I can't, like, I imagine the people who are reading it would understand that. So to some extent I feel kind of limited critiquing this because I don't know the source material, so I can't really, like, make any comments on characterization. I mean, this is extremely dramatic, in a way, but again, it's anime, so I'm not too bothered by that. Definitely, I would say it's, you know, I don't know if this is your first fic or not. Have I convinced you to read the manga yet? Well, I mean, certainly it's definitely a lot more dramatic, I guess, and a lot more violent than the games or the anime. Which I knew. I have read 2 volumes of it. And the manga, like, I do remember reading the part where the Arbok gets literally cut in half by, what, a sand slash or something? That was fun to see. I was like, oh my god, you can see it's, like, the spinal cord and everything. Yeah. Yeah, so it's, again, hard for me to really give, like, a good writer's workshop critique because the nature of fanfic, it kind of makes it a little bit difficult, especially since I don't know the source material, as I've said like a lot of times now. But I mean, as a passive reader, not too shabby. I would definitely say maybe a couple more revisions, mostly in terms of, like, grammar, stuff like that. I also kind of want to, again, I also think, okay, also another thing too is that even though you do seem to be relying a lot on, like, context from the source material to sort of lead or to sort of guide your viewers or guide your readers through what your interpretation of these characters are, but I also feel like, you know, one thing that I tell people when I'm advising about writing, which isn't a lot, but, you know, whenever it happens, is that with fanfic, even though you have a base character that you are drawing, that you're basing, even though there's already canon that you're drawing from, these characters are still your interpretations of them, you know? Like, you'll have your own unique take on any character you write for, right? So I think it's important to also, within your fic, show your logic, if that makes sense, as to why you're having characters act the way they do. I think a lot of fanfic authors kind of make the mistake of going, well, they already know these characters, so I can just ignore that and just do what I want with them. But I think that can be kind of a misleading. I think a lot of times, because I've read fics before where, like with Shadow the Hedgehog, right? Back to that one, since we were talking about it earlier. That one, like, I think both of us could agree that, like, Shadow the Hedgehog wasn't very much in character. He didn't really, like, act the way you would think he would. And, you know, that might have worked. Like, that characterization of Shadow the Hedgehog might have worked if the author had set up why he acts the way he does, right? If he had set up that world building. And even if Shadow the Hedgehog had been more canon compliant, so to speak, I still feel like it's a good idea for a writer to add in a little bit of that background and a little bit of that context, just so that your readers can understand your interpretation of them. Because I could also see, like even from my recollection of the manga, from what little I've read of it, I feel like I could also see someone who writes Red as the kind of person who maybe doesn't even show up for the funeral. Well, I don't know if that. Or maybe he, like, kind of sits in the corner and is quiet. Even when the bad guys come in, he, like, ignores them. You know, maybe he doesn't. Or maybe he's the type of person who reacts... Like, maybe it's feasible for it to be character canon compliant for him to act completely differently. Like, maybe instead of him being super angry with Koga, maybe he's, like, weirdly cheerful and, like, trying to downplay things. Like, maybe he's like, it's okay. You know, I'm all right, you know. And, like, he's, like, kind of acting, like, kind of too happy, and that kind of creeps everyone out, you know. Maybe that's a valid interpretation. Again, it's hard for me to make an example because I don't really know the context. But what I'm trying to get at is that I think it's completely possible for someone to look at the same character and have two extremely, like, have different takes on how they would react in a situation and have that both be valid and logical given the canon. You know what I mean? I'm trying to think of a better example of what I'm trying to talk about and what I'm trying to say. With something that I think I could... Like, Red from the Games. That's what I'm familiar with. Red from the Games. Red from the Games is quiet. He's very lonely, right? I could see someone... I could see someone who interprets that Red as acting like this Red, where he lashes out in anger. But I can also see someone interpret the Red from the Games if he was in this sort of situation, like being the kind of person who withdraws himself from people, puts himself in the corner, doesn't interact with anyone. Even when the bad guys come, he's just nothing. He's just a blank void, and that's how he handles his grief. He bottles it up, that kind of thing. He doesn't lash out. So, and I could see an argument for either one of those reactions being canon and making sense as to why he's doing that. So, sorry, that was a really long thing that I was saying. But the point is that your interpretation of a character is your own, and I do think it's a good idea to make sure that you keep that in mind when you're writing even something like fanfic. I mean, you should keep that in mind no matter what you're writing, even if there's canon to it already, because you know, it's kind of like essay writing to some extent. You know, like showing your work, like your thesis and supporting your thesis with supporting evidence, that kind of stuff. You wouldn't think that would apply to creative writing, but to some extent it does, I'd argue. My inspiration for this fic was actually thinking about bridging the gap between the manga and Red and game Red. Like, what situation would turn manga Red into game Red? Oh, that's cool. See? So, like that would be... That's the kind of thing I'm talking about. And I do think, like, again, I hate that I can't really give you the kind of atomized critique that I want because I'm just so blind to some of this, but I would think that going forward, if you ever try to do a fic again, definitely keep that in mind. Like, think about how, like, keep in mind that you need to show your audience why you've come to the conclusions you have about their character through your writing. You shouldn't assume that the way you're interpreting the character you're writing about is the way everyone will see that character. And I think that's a trap that a lot of fic writers fall into. They assume that the way that they see whatever character is the way everyone does, and that's not necessarily the case. Thank you so much for the comments. No problem. I mean, this is part of the reason why I kind of wanted to do fanfic live streams, because I also imagined them as sort of a writer 101 thing. I like I said, I did go to school for writing. I've been writing for so long in my life, and I feel like I'm pretty good at giving writing advice to people. And fanfic's a good one to do because it's amateur writing, and it's about stuff that people are interested in, so I can, like, you know, it's a lot easier for me to approach it than, say, people sending me their work and I read it and I critique it for, like, that seems a little weird. But fanfic is a really interesting way for me to actually talk about my thoughts on writing in a way that's appealing to people, I think. It's fine. I'm really happy you took the time to go in such detail with your feedback. I kind of want to try my hand at writing fanfic on the side. Yeah, go for it. I totally agree. And, you know, I mean, I'm a very busy lady, so I can't promise that I will have the time, but if you ever get finished with something and you want some extra eyeballs on your work, feel free to send it my way. I'll probably be way more harsh on you from an editing perspective, in like a DM situation than I would be here on stream, just because we're live and I don't want to trash you on stream. You're someone I know, you know. I don't want to be like, oh, you suck. Like, I know you said I can trash you, but like, still, I don't like to make people feel sad or uncomfortable on stream. I'm a very busy gentleman, so it's unlikely I'll be able to send you anything sometime soon, but I will let you know. Yeah, totally. And that goes to anyone else who wants some advice. Please ask first, though. Again, like, hey, don't just send me something, obviously. Like, that's kind of rude. But, like, if you ever wanted some editing advice, let me know. I can maybe help you out. Maybe someday I'll read some of my stuff. That would be fun. You all can tell me what you think of my writing. Embarrassment. It wouldn't necessarily be fanfic. I mean, it could read some. There are some fanfics I still stand by, and I think they're good, and I still am working on. But there are also some original works I've worked on too that I'd be comfortable maybe sharing. Maybe. I don't know. We'll see. Okay. It is getting late. It is almost 11. I need to go to sleep in 9 minutes. Dang it, guide. You kept me up for an hour. No, but I really did enjoy you reading this, and I commend your bravery. I think most people wouldn't be willing to let people read their work on live stream. But, you know, I had my fun time with it. It wasn't anything I wasn't willing to read, I guess. There are some people's fics that I know of, like people who I know who've written fic, and like, no offense to them, but I probably would never read their stuff live just because some of it's a little woof. And like, I don't know, they want my honest opinion. I'd have to roast them, so I'm happy I didn't have to roast you too much here. Why is my app being a piece of shit? Come on. I'm trying to okay, I'm gonna be signing off soon anyway, so let's switch to my just chatting screen, which is still under construction right now, but we'll do that, and I'll X out of this, and I will go to happy to trash. I mean, analyze your works. Ooh, okay, maybe we could do like a fic swap. That'd be fun. Yeah, as entertaining as Super Smash Bros. Minshon from God is, maybe don't read that on stream if you don't want to get DOS'd. Ooh, hey, if it's a good fic, like if you think it's a fun time, whether it's trashy fun or good fun, feel free to send it my way as a link off stream, and I can check it out and tell you what I think too. Yeah, I've been trying to avoid reading explicit works just because I don't want to get TOS'd. If I didn't have to worry about it, I would love to critique, like actually read like explicit works, because I do think there is value in critiquing a sex scene, like writing one properly. You know, I'd love to like talk about doing that, because I do think there are some wonderful like books that have good NSFW stuff in it, and I think you can use a sex scene really effectively in any work, whether it's original or whatever you're doing. But Twitch is not really the best place for me to like critique that. Maybe that's a Discord thing that I do at some point. It's bad in a genius way, and that is written from started of someone who would get banned in my channel after speaking in chat only once. Oh boy. Okay, interesting. Well, again, if you feel like it, feel free to send it my way. Trust me, I've read a lot of really bad shit, so don't feel ashamed of whatever you send me. I've read a lot of weird stuff, so I wish there was a good NSF allowed streaming place. Really, I do wish that was the case. Like, because I want to like approach my fanfic streams from a place of editing and commenting and critiquing in a very measured way, and I do feel like there are many authors who could benefit from writing better NSFW stuff. So I sometimes use this sort of backdoor for that, but no one comes to those. Aw, yeah. Yeah. That's the other problem with Discord. But anyway, I really need to get going. So let me sign off my normal stuff. So scheduling. Oh, I haven't announced it. I haven't announced it yet, but I'm going to announce it now. It's hard to get a lot of viewers on there. Yeah, that's very true. I do it as like a community night kind of thing would be what I would do that for. I wouldn't necessarily be doing streaming on Discord to like just have people watch, if that makes sense. That'd be more something like, hey, if you guys want to chill out while I read some weird shit, come on by. I used to do editing on someone on Fanfiction. Oh, cool. Thank you for taking the time to read it, and thank you so much for streaming. Catch you next time. Smell you later. Yeah, thank you so much for coming in and sticking around, guide. I really appreciate you. You're a really cool cat. I love having you in the stream. You're a fun guy. Also, you're a mushroom. Get it? Because you're a fun guy. I'm sorry. Anyway, so scheduling. So I'm super excited for Sunday stream. I'm streaming a video game I've been meaning to play since I was 11 years old. And I'm sure no one else cares but me. But we are playing. Good night, Chapelmon. Thank you so much for sticking around. I plan on playing the Meet the Robinsons video game on Sunday, and I am beyond hyped for it. It could be a real bad game. I'm prepared for the worst, but I think I'll have a fun time. And I'm streaming it on Sunday because Sunday is actually the anniversary when the movie came out in theaters. So I figured it was appropriate to start streaming it. And I wanted to stream it like as soon as I could, and I figured this would be the perfect time to introduce it. So if you're interested, I'll be doing that on Sunday at 12:30 p.m. EST. And hopefully it's a fun time. We'll see. Movie tie-in games can be such a mixed bag, so who knows. Monday, I did get another, Twitter said that they wanted another fanfic live stream, so that might be happening on Monday again. Not sure what day, though, to be honest, next week, because it depends on what I decide to do for the rest of the week. I haven't decided what I'm doing Wednesday, but I do know that on Thursday, I'm doing a special thing where I'm going to be actually trying to stream with my co-host SoundJack because April Fool's Day is his birthday. So it's like a birthday April Fool's Day stream. Yeah! I'm really excited for it. I think so our two ideas are, I don't know if I should tell you our ideas. I need to talk with SoundJack about whether or not we should discuss the ideas for the stream, or if I should promote what we're doing, or if it should be a surprise. But look out for that. We might try and do something multiplayer community related. So hopefully I can get a Discord up and running by then, and then maybe people can join us for that if they want. But no promises. I still don't know if that's going to happen. But that's what's happening. Definitely that's happening on April 1st. That was definitely happening. Not sure if I'm doing a stream Wednesday. If I do, we'll figure out what it is. Maybe I'll have to figure that out. I'll have to figure it out. God, my throat is so... my throat is so shot from reading all this fanfic. God, I can't do this every day. I can only do it like once a week, I think. Okay, so I'll have to decide what I'm doing Wednesday, but we will make that decision. And who knows? I might not do a Wednesday stream if I do a Thursday one. Like I might make my Wednesday Thursday, because I only want to try and stream 3 times a week, just for my own sake. But yeah, that's what the schedule is right now. But I will keep you all posted about what might be happening Wednesday. Anyway, with that out of the way, I have my Twitter at TheRationalDove. Feel free to follow me there if you want some stream updates, and also maybe some other posts. I make some fun posts sometimes, so occasionally. I have my YouTube channel, RDSJ Gaming, which is where we post all of our backlog for the stream archive. I have so much content. I'm debating whether or not I should post it as like 30-minute chunks or hour-long chunks. because I have so much footage and I want to get it up onto YouTube. Like, it's not a matter of like me not having enough footage. I have so much of it, but I just don't know how long should my stream archives be. Should I post the whole video? Should I post like an hour at a time? I'm not sure what the right format is. But if anyone has any thoughts on what the right format is, let me know. So far I've been doing 30-minute episodes, but that might be a little too short for now. But we'll see. What else? I only just figured out what your name is on here for short. Is short for, haha. What do you mean? Oh, you mean RDSJ Gaming? Yeah, it's RationalDove and SoundJack Gaming. It's not a very clever name. Michael and I, he's okay with me telling his real name. Michael and I were talking about, I remember we were trying to discuss, because we wanted to make a yeah, I didn't know their name was SoundJack. Yeah, that's their username. It's very nerdy. It's his two favorite Transformers, Soundwave and Wheeljack, and its total is 426. And guide, can you figure out why it's called 426? Why he chose that one? I'll let you think about that. I'm suggesting the guide because I think you could probably figure it out. Because I don't know. It's related to Pokemon. I don't think you're as into Pokemon, so that's why I did not ask you. But anyone else who's into Pokemon, let me know what your thoughts. Anyway. I was thinking of telling you a Transformer thing. Well, his icon is a Transformer. So that's why he's called SoundJack. Anyway. Is it Drifloon? It is Drifloon. His favorite Pokemon is the Drifloon line. He really likes Drifloon a lot. It's a good mon. Solid pick. I don't think... Okay, weird take, but I don't think I would ever date anyone who had a trash mon as his favorite Pokemon. So SoundJack's valid as my boyfriend because he has a good taste in Pokemon. Anyway, that was mostly a joke. Anyway, what was I saying? Okay, yeah. Speaking of SoundJack, he has a Twitter, he has a YouTube, and he has a Bag of Tricks. LOL. Hi, Bag of Tricks. How you doing? Welcome to the stream. Unless you've been here lurking, in which case, welcome to chat. Here, let me shout you out. I don't know if you just came in or not, but I'm actually just signing off. So, what? Oh, I spelled your name wrong. That's why. Folks, go check out Bag of Tricks, okay? He's a really good streamer, really cool bro, not too bad. You've been lurking? I see. Go check him out. He's really cool. He has been playing a lot of... Oh, I meant to ask, how was your Fire Emblem? How'd it go? Did you win? Or did you get got by dragons? He's been playing the original Fire Emblem for the past couple days. And he has a wonderful voice. Yay! Congratulations on winning. It looked like when I saw you earlier, you looked like you were having a really rough day. So I'm happy you that is now in the past. But we lost like 3 units at the end of the last. Oh, it's permadeath, right? Permanently gone. I will say Bag of Tricks because I think this is your first time coming in. This is not what I normally do. Normally I play video games, but I also like fanfic, so. We're doing that sometimes too. Yeah, I took the hits. Oof. Rough City. Oh, I don't know if I could ever play a Fire Emblem game because I get so attached to my characters. So I feel like I'd hate to be like, frick, they're dead forever. You know, like, oh god, it would suck. I mean, I already struggle with playing Nuzlocke. Nuzlocke suck. I mean, I play them because they're fun, but some of the games have a non-permadeath mode. Yeah, I've heard that some of the newer ones you can turn permadeath off. But part of me is like, but it's probably intended to be permadeath. It's probably supposed to be played that way. So I feel weird turning it off, you know? I like to play the games the way they were intended because I'm weird like that. Nope, this one was either save scum or suffer. Oh no. Oof, it's like a reverse Nuzlocke. Yeah, right, exactly. Yeah, so, anyway, I'm really happy that you won. Although I'm not so happy that you lost some folks. That sucks. But, hey, you finished! And sometimes crossing the finish line is all that matters, right? Give yourself a pat on your back. You did as good as you could. That kind of stuff. Anyway, SoundJack 426, which was what I was saying earlier before I got distracted. As a YouTube, he has an Instagram, he has a Twitter. They are here. If you're into Transformers content, go check him out. Yep, don't worry about missing half your army. It's okay, we won. Right? It's alright if we have to bury all these soldiers. As long as we won, it's all that matters. Transformers content? Yes! Transformers content. He does reviews on his YouTube channel, and he does photos a lot. He does a lot of photos. Lots of votes. He's really into the bots. I don't know what your Transformers nerd level is. Like, I don't know where you are in the scale. Okay, you seem to recognize what a bot is, so I'm going to say pretty into it. Or at least more into it than me. I only know because he just talks to me about Transformers all the time. Like, I know the news because he's like, I have to tell you about these new toys that got released. And I'm like, okay, go ahead. And he'd be like, oh my god, the new Kingdom releases are so good. They look so nice. And I'm like, oh, I see. We might be we've played some Transformers games before on this channel, Trix. I don't know if I'll play it again soon, but I have played Transformers for PS4, PS2, on stream, and woof, that's a rough time. We do have the Beast Wars game, which I think a lot of folks are really anxious to watch play. Yeah, so I'm really excited to play that one. I won't play it until SoundJack is able to be on stream with me. He said that explicitly. He's like, you're not streaming that unless I'm there. And I'm like, okay. So yeah, get hyped. We will definitely play it on stream. I have the physical copy because we found it at a video game store that I go to occasionally. I watched it as a kid. Oh yeah, honestly, full disclosure for me, Beast Wars is like currently my favorite Transformers show that I've seen. Michael has showed me like everything. Not everything, but like a lot of them. And out of the ones I've seen, I think I like Beast Wars the most. I thought it was the most fun. Animated was pretty good too. But I enjoyed Beast Wars the most. I think it's mostly because I really like animals. I'm a big animal chick. So I think Beast Wars was a lot more to my interest than, say, just transforming cars. But anyway, so yeah. Go check him out if you like Transformers content. And I think that's it for now. So let's find someone to raid. Any thoughts on raiders, chat? Beast Wars for the win! Yeah. Oh man. I really want to play it for you guys because I know you guys are all excited. I'm excited to play it too. I think it'll be hopefully at least fun if it's not good. But oh yeah, is Squid on? That's kind of weird. She's typically not, they're typically not on this late. Let me pull up a different, just to see. They're typically, they typically end, around now, don't they? Just be a monkey smashing robots. Yeah, right? Exactly. That's my dream. Although, honestly, personally, if Black Arachnia is playable in that game, I am playing as Black Arachnia. Because Black Arachnia is my girl. I really like spiders, so that's part of the reason why. So we can raid Squid. Can someone check to see if they're ending or not? Actually, I can probably look at at their stream really quick. Okay, they typically go for 4 hours, so maybe we can raid them. Let's raid Squid. Squid's fun. I'm bouncing around. Okay, okay, let's raid Squid. So we're gonna go raid Antipodian Squid. For those of you who don't know, they are a really cool Australian streamer who mostly talks about politics. So they're super cool. Love that person. Also, they really need help paying for their roof. So if you have any money to spare, you should go donate to them too. Anyway, thank you all so much for coming by and stopping by, for lurking, for chatting, for listening to me lose my voice. And I hope you guys enjoy Squid's content. Get your emotes ready. I don't have any emotes, but eventually. You're a kid, you're a squid, you're a kid, you're a squid. Yep, exactly. if you have the scooby-doo emotes, get those ready. I'll eventually have emotes. Eventually, sometime in the future. Sorry, I don't have any right now. Tears, tears, tears. Anyway, thanks for the story read. Take it easy. Enjoy the rest of your night. Thank you so much, Trix, and thank you all for coming in and saying hello and listening to me read fanfic. All right, peace out, everyone. Bye.